Hello everyone, sorry that wasn't working. There is a very, very cute little puppy here. Sorry, I muted it because my mum called me before he came up to check it was okay to bring him up. As you can see, he's 9 weeks old, he's teething a little bit, but he's very gorgeous. Hello everyone. We're very, very interested in what's going on.
The most interesting thing is the mic. That looks like a tube bone.
Yeah. A tad too loud and distorted. Okay, we'll get that down a bit. Hopefully that's okay. So, how are we all doing today? How are we all doing? All doing well? Do you want to go now? No? You want to say a little bit more? This is the trainee fluffy research assistant, trainee assistant fluffy research assistant, and will become eventually the assistant fluffy research assistant, and then will become the fluffy research assistant when the fluffy research assistant becomes the fluffy researcher. You know, we've got to have a good academic progression going on in this house, haven't we? You are a very cute little fellow. Right then. I'll hand him back. There we go.
Come on.
Right then. How are we all doing today?
Bye-bye.
How's the signal strength? Hopefully it's holding up. I've tried something new, and I've tried a slightly higher resolution, and hopefully it doesn't keep doing weird things on me, and hopefully it doesn't keep going weird in the sound way, but I'll move the mic actually to its normal position, and it might be better then. Sorry, Puppy's gone down to his pen. Oh, good. 5x5 now. That is good. And now I must make sure I do not forget one particular group of people to send them a message to them that we are live. So today is a slightly different one because, well, I thought it'd be quite fun to do the sci-fi this week. Mainly because we've kept talking about sci-fi recently, and I was asking about science fiction cruises while doing one of my videos recently. So I thought we'd swap some Bruships around and have sci-fis. So, right, let's go through and make sure I've said hello to everyone, because with all the little puppy being here, I might have forgotten. Hello, John Shea. And did you catch Drax Dry Dock 122? Yes. I did. I have caught part of it, but I haven't caught all of it. Hello, Karl von Karlsberg. Guten Tag to Constituion. Hello, DGV40. Hello, Shoot Me. Hello, Dan Freeman. Hello, Osprey28. Stafford Thomson. Sorry, everyone, about the sound at the beginning. I think it was because the mic was out of its normal position because I'd put it back to get it out of puppy grabbing range. You didn't send me too much at once, don't worry, Stafford. I'll just take my time to read through it, because I'm currently reading through chapters 3 and 4, and chapter 2 has been sent back to be read through again of my book, because they want to make a change around a picture. And I'm probably going to agree with it, but I want to read through and check how it fits with the whole thing, because I do talk about the pictures a bit in the book. Mm-hmm. Ryden. Gordon Collins, hello. Buckamere, hello. Blue Shirt Buddha, hello. You're playing catch up with me at twice speed. That's quite worrying. Quite worrying. Neil Woodall, thank you for the company as I cook late Thanksgiving for the family. Very good to hear that. I did a Well, I did a roast beef today, which was quite nice. But I have to admit, the potatoes didn't turn out that well. I was trying to see how I was basically experimenting pre-Christmas with how little fat I can get away with, because I don't want to use so much that it makes, how do I put this? It makes people feel that the potatoes are greasy, because that's the trouble, you know. And it's working out the volume of potatoes to the amount of fat you're going to use and what fat you're going to use. And I didn't use enough fat. I should have used a bit more. They came out a little bit charred rather than crispy, which is on me. But I think I managed to salvage them because I noticed in time. I turned it down a bit, so they were crisp. They were almost on the burnt edge of crispy, but not quite. Not quite the golden crispy I'd like them to be, but slightly heading towards the brown crispy rather than the black crispy, though. Right. Safford, they're not being really that picky. They just don't want one. They felt one picture which was in chapter 2 would be better in chapter 4. And so we moved a picture from chapter 6 to chapter 2, the picture from chapter 2 to chapter 4, and a picture from chapter 4 to chapter 6. And I do agree that works better, because that works better in terms of the print of the book, because of the pictures and fitting the pictures to the page. And it works with the book, but it does take some time to get right. And I want it to be good. It'll still be coming out in March, don't worry. They were fairly good roast potatoes. Now, as I said at the beginning, today's going to be slightly different. For starters, all my sci-fi books, which are proper books, are all upstairs in the attic. And frankly, there's no way I could get them down without unburying a lot of other things which are on top of them at the moment, because they put up there so I'd have space for all my normal books, my history books, my workbooks. So I'm going to be reading the books off the phone. Slightly different from normal, but it does mean I have a trick available in terms of how I'm going to display the covers to you. Any Star Wars books? Yes, there will be. There are 14 books picked out, and as you will look, if you look in the description, you will find a link, which will slowly be updating as we go through with more with more books. Now, the criteria I did was I wanted to have books which were at the beginning of a series. So if you wanted a whole series, because I don't know about you, but as much as I enjoy a standalone book, when I'm looking for a good fiction book, I like a good series. I like something I can have going for about a month or so of reading, which usually means 9 to 10 books. Some of them, of course, are not there yet, but they're interesting. Osprey28, did the super chat go through? I think it did, yes. As far as I know, according to YouTube. But thank you very much for that lovely super chat. Although I haven't... if anyone's sending any super chats in this one, there's been no super chats appeared in this chat. But the puppy is, as you can see, as well, and is going to be bought many toys for Christmas. Both of them are. Let's see. Carl Harmon, hello. Juno One Ion, hello. I'm saying hello to you. Caledron, hello. Website, hello. And let's see. Gavin, please bring back the trainee deputy research assistant. I think you mean the trainee assistant researcher, fluffy research assistant. And yes, he'll be brought back at some point. I'll send a message and see if he can be brought up again. Cal Harmon, biggest lesson a modern Navy can learn from sci-fi. A decent, well-written sci-fi will include the fact that you need cruisers. And I would argue that modern fleets are massively short of true cruisers and true present ships. They have OPVs, which I think are fairly close to sloops in my analysis of them. But yeah, the big thing they're short of is cruisers. It is cruisers, and that is one of the reasons why I have this particular one first. Joshua Dalzelle, Warship, Book 1 of the Black Fleet Trilogy. Now, I love this series because the Black Fleet Trilogy is pretty much all about being cruisers and doing what cruisers need to do. And if I can open it up. Right. This is from Chapter 3. Captain on the bridge. As you were, Jackson said with a dismissive wave. He climbed up into the raised command chair and began navigating through menus on the display attached to the left armrest. Ensign Davis. What is the crew status? All crew accounted for. 7 still not aboard. The short, shapely operations officer reported, consulting a display. Those 7 are being brought to the ship by local law enforcement. A ship's officer will need to meet them at the gangway to secure their release. XO to the bridge, Jackson said loudly. The computer would automatically ping Commander Wright's comlink and inform her she needed to report to the captain on the bridge. Ops, tell the Marines at the main gangway that the new exec will be down shortly to deal with the locals. Hey, sir, Ensign Davis said, speaking into a headset. It was a few minutes later when an only slightly winded Celesta Wright strode into the bridge. You need to see me, Captain? Jackson looked over and noticed that she was still in her dress blacks, and obviously not the same set that she had reported onto the ship in, as evidenced by the razor-sharp creases. Yes, he said. We have 7 crew members who had a little too much fun on their shore leave down on Haven. Local LEOs are escorting them to the gangway now. I want you to meet them there, secure their release, and then review the case files to determine punishment. You want me to do that, sir? She asked, after a moment of hesitation. Is there some problem, Commander? Jackson asked, his voice neutral. No, sir. I just assumed you'd have wanted to review the case files yourself, as I'm unfamiliar with the ship's personnel. Commander, you are in charge of junior personal matters, including the enlisted ranks, Jackson said softly, not wanting to dress his exec down in front of the crew. You'll need to figure out how best to integrate yourself into the crew. Either way, it looks like you'll be meeting these 7 first. Yes, sir, she said quietly, but strongly. Is there anything else, sir? Just one, Jackson said. Uniform of the day is utilities, unless otherwise stated. This is still a combat ship, despite the fact that there hasn't been a war in over 250 years. Yes, sir. Go get our people, he said as his name was small. Don't let the locals give you any SHIT either. Other than any apprehension and detention, they have no authority over fleet personnel. He watched her leave the bridge, glad to pawn some of the administrative actions off on her. His former exec had become so chummy with all the crew that it became almost impossible for him to enforce discipline. It fell to Jackson to come down hard on all the department heads to keep their people in line, a move that made him even less popular amongst the other officers. If that was even possible. Captain, Ensign Davis said, snapping him out of his way. Go ahead, Ensign, he said. Boarding hatch sentries are telling me there is a group from CENTCOM on the way, she said apologetically. They had all the proper authorization to board the ship. Very well, Jackson sighed. He hadn't even gotten everyone back on the ship and resumed normal watch schedules, and some desk jockey from CENTCOM was no doubt on their way up to make some absurd request that would do nothing but slow him down in trying to get the ship through her shakedown and underway. He also had no doubt which admiral's signature he would find at the bottom of the orders. It was 20 minutes later when he heard some discussion at the bridge entrance as the group of visitors negotiated with the Marine posted there. He made no move to get up and ease the process along, still rankling at the delay they would inevitably cause. Captain Wolfe, a young, fresh-faced lieutenant, said, approaching the command chair. I'm Lieutenant McCord. I'll be your docking pilot today. My team is ready to go and the tugs will be here within the hour. Docking pilot, Jackson said. Dumbfounded. Lieutenant, we're not scheduled to decouple from Jericho Station for another 6 days. Change of plan, Captain, a well-dressed civilian said, walking up behind McCord. And just who the hell are you? Jackson demanded, feeling control of the situation, slipping away from him. The oily smile that had been pasted on the man's face began to slide at Jackson's abrupt tone. My name is Aston Lynch, he said. I'm an aide to Senator Augustus Wellington, Chairman of Fleet Operations Committee. You'll be departing immediately for the Tal Setai, and I'll be accompanying you. Here are your orders. He handed Jackson a sealed hard copy, which the captain grabbed and stuffed into the gap between the seat and the armrest, making no move to open or even look at them. This is a very, very good book. Sorry, I'm showing you the thing, but I love this series. I love Joshua Dazzle's writing is excellent, and I really do enjoy the fact it's a real cruiser, and it's really what cruisers get up to. They are the biggest, baddest beast that you're going to deal with unless a battleship shows up. They are also, though, having to do all these small political constabulary missions, do diplomatic jobs, turn up. Technically, yes, the ship is a destroyer, but it's doing a cruiser duties, so I'm going to call it a cruiser. Dan Freeman, should we go back to using the label cruiser to describe a ship's mission rather than the specific ship type? Yes. But we won't. And I must admit, I'm sometimes just as problematic because I argue both for the cruiser in terms of the role and the cruiser in terms of the ship as it is now. In that, I think the Royal Navy, especially if it's going east of Suez again and doing all this, it needs a status ship it can have going around and can keep permanently deployed there. And I think having a frigate on station is lovely, but it's like cruiser. You need something bigger you can have permanently out there and permanently on deployment. So I think the Royal Navy does need 3 cruisers, and I think if we're going to have 2 aircraft carriers, then we need 3 LHDs so we can guarantee the aviation capability of an amphibious task group and a carrier battle group if we need it, even if it is limited. But you need those present ships, and if we really do keep up this commitment to the Far East, and that is how our future goes, then I wouldn't be surprised if you do see a nation like Britain, especially, heading towards actually both the cruiser role in terms of what the Type 31s and Type 32s end up doing, and the cruiser in reality in terms of what comes after the Type 45. Because that would be where they tack it into. They would tack it onto some extra ships onto the Type 45 successor. So, Thomson, the tube alerted me your 12:30 video for live today, and I didn't clue in until 30 seconds. There was a $99 super chat on it, I think. A couple of people waiting there. I wonder what's happened. I wonder if it has gone through. Let me go quickly check this. Currently live on that, and no, I haven't seen it, so I don't think it has gone through. If there's anyone done any super chats today, I would only see them on this one. It ended up doing a flip round. And as I said, the reason I flipped it around was because we've all been talking about sci-fi this week anyway, and I had all these books ready, and I just thought you'd enjoy it this week. But no. Juno 101, Venators would have been carriers. I've heard people call them heavy cruisers, to which I slap them. I would agree, Venators are carriers, but I actually like a Venator. If you had to force me into the Star Wars scenario and you told me, you have to pick one of these ships to command, an Imperial the Star Destroyer or a Venator class, I go, do I get the air group and the clone troopers? with the Venator. If I do, I will take them. If I just get an empty ship for both, I'll still take the Venator, because I will then go and find some rebels. Go, I'd like your X-wings, please. I may or may not require you in them to fly them, and yeah, because the Venator is a far better, more balanced ship. I can do things with a Venator. I can make it faster. I can do all the things I need to make a Venator work properly for me. An Imperial Star Destroyer is a battleship which carries aircraft. Osprey 20. I will take the blame for being the prophet of the Blackburn. I worry about you. But did you see? You've probably seen that both the Blackburn, and the Adriatic managed to get a mention in the ferry videos. Rapid Raceback. It's a space tribal. I haven't thought a bit like that before that, but yes, I would agree. This Warship trilogy, the Black Fleet trilogy, definitely space tribals. Hello, Jamie369. Carmen, did I hear that correct? $99 super chat. I only think I got one of those the other day. I didn't think I'd got any of those today. I have to say, I'm still very, 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 very chuffed I got it, because it was very, very nice. It's going to be very useful for books. Sam Thomson, my R class, it'll be so pretty next to the Queen Elizabeth. It could well be. Dan Freeman, the RN can get some larger and more impressive looking ships with crew requirements falling thanks to technology. We can always hope. Death Squad, did you miss my super chat? No, I didn't. I think your super chat was... I've got your super chat. Which was, praise be to the glorious divine Blackburn. Many drunk I ruined his pain. Oh, now you got it. Thank you, Osprey28. Oh, good lord. Thank you, Osprey28. They didn't need to, but thank you. I'm still not quite sure what to do, but I'd say I like getting the super chats, because they are very nice, and they go straight to, as far as I'm concerned, to my book fund. Also, they cause YouTube to be very happy with you. It's one of the things I've noticed is that if you are when you start getting super chats, they start promoting you on the advertising site more. But I'm still a bit shocked anyone wants to give me any money at all. I just do the fun stuff. Let's see. Constituion, someone should get on writing official canon for the Blackburn. Look, before we get into it, if you want official canon for Blackburn aircraft, this book by A. Jackson is the official canon of Blackburn aircraft. And I mean, even the Blackburn gets a whole lot of pages in here. And you can start to see that, frankly, there were other aircraft which were just as interestingly shaped. Blackburn do produce some... Oh my god. Every time I see it, I get surprised by it. The Kubaru. Oh, that's just weird. But we'll get on with sci-fi. Sci-fi is safer. Calm Gasman. I said, for any argument for a Star Wars carrier, I can show a video of a Star Destroyer popping out of hyperspace and ram some poor ship. I agree. Super Star Destroyers, very good. But Imperial Star Destroyer versus Venator, if I'm commanding it, it ain't gonna pop out of hyperspace and ram me. It ain't gonna find me. Especially not if I have X-Wings aboard or anything aboard. I will be hidden. I will be round the star or something from it, with my fighters peppering it like anything the moment it appears. Rapid Razor, applying naval classification to spaceships is difficult. They tend to be able to do everything awesomely. Not always. Now, actually, that's where we get into the next group. Let me look him up. The next ones I have listed here. Now, here's the interesting thing. Christopher Nuttall, I like him, but I have to say he's not my favourite. That's one of the strange things, because he has these books named Ark Royal, Warspite, all sorts of things. I would expect him to be my favourite, and really he's not. But he is very, very good. And what I like about him is his ships do have flaws. They're not all perfect. Hello, Auntie. And that's a good thing. Your ships, even spaceships, are not going to be perfect all-rounders, because then they're going to be massive, and then they're going to have a weakness against smaller ships. Thank you, Stafford. I'll check the Discord in a second. Did he mention Venator? My Venator message. No, I haven't mentioned your Venator message, but I will go and check. I will quickly turn on Discord and have a check on it. Hey! Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, thank you, Stafford. Yeah. Carmen, another great bilge pumps. Maybe have a tank Bruships. We might be getting a tank bilge pumps at some point. I have a friend who might be coming on. Hello, Trent Lanko. I did had guessed that Osprey 28 was the administrator. There is a similarity in the chat style. So, Christopher Nuttall. I like him. But, I mean, I do like the fact that his ships have this sort of, how do I put this? This quality about them. They are... It's going to sound strange. Whenever I'm watching Star Trek, the ships always feel perfect. There is Voyager, which magically gets photon torpedoes from everywhere. I don't know where she's getting photon torpedoes. Are they making them? At no point do they say they're making them, but that's the only option for how they're suddenly getting photon torpedoes in the middle of the Delta Quadrant, is if they are making them. And you've got these other ships. They always look perfect. And the reality isn't that way. And it's one of the things I find annoying, that I really like Stargate, but I can't find decent Stargate fiction for anything. You know, there's nothing I really like that much. But here is from Ark Royal, Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Commodore Sir Theodore Smith opened his eyes and glared at his wristcom, lying where he'd left it on his bedside table. His mouth tasted foul, reminding him that he'd drunk several pints of ship-brewed rock cut before staggering into his bed and going to bed. The ship's doctor would probably want a few words with him later. Regulations might not frown on officers and crewmen drinking when they weren't on duty, but ship-brewed alcohol wasn't always healthy. Yes, he growled, pushing the thought aside. God, he needed a drink. What is it? There's a Priority 1 message from the Admiralty, Midshipwoman Lopez said. There were times when Ted wondered just who the young woman had pissed off at Portsmouth Naval Training Base. Ark Royal was no posting for an ambitious, capable young officer. They request your immediate presence at Nelson Base. Ted blinked in surprise. He'd always had the impression that Nelson Base preferred to forget that Ark Royal and her drunk of a commander existed. They were an embarrassment, a relic of Britain's first step into interstellar power. If Ark Royal hadn't been famous, she would probably have been broken up for scrap or sold to a third-rate power by now. And if Ted hadn't been a drunkard, he might have been promoted to Admiral. I'm on my way, he said finally. Urgent summons from the Admiralty were almost never good news. Have my shuttle prepared. He stumbled out of bed, then reached into his drawer and removed the stimulant tab, which he pressed against his forearm. Once, it had seemed a wise precaution. Now he honestly didn't know why he bothered. But it had paid off for him. He had to admit, as he felt the drug working its way through his body, he wouldn't go into that meeting, whatever it was, suffering from the aftermath of too much drink. Biting down a series of curses, he stepped into the washroom and glared at his face in the mirror. His hair had gone white years ago, his face was marred with stubble, he rapidly ran a shaver over his cheekbones and jaw, then stepped into the shower and washed himself. Outside, he pulled on the dark blue dress uniform favoured by Her Majesty's Navy, then checked his appearance in the mirror. He might not look as perfect as the men and women on the recruiting posters, he knew, but at least he looked presentable. He left his cabin and strode through the ship towards the shuttle bay. By now, he could have found his way around his ship blindfold. Ted had spent 50 years in the British Navy, and most of them he spent on Ark Royal, a position that had been intended as a punishment for a carelessness as a young lieutenant. Somehow, he'd been promoted upwards until he reached captain, and then commodore, although the ranks were partly worthless. Ark Royal wouldn't see action unless the Navy was desperate. She was 70 years old, the first true interstellar carrier put into space by the British Navy, and a piece of living history. Civilians found her box-like shape ugly as hell, but Ted loved her for what she was. Over the years, keeping Ark Royal in something resembling fighting trim had become an obsession, one that had consumed his life. He sometimes wondered if the Navy had known what it was doing by assigning him to the carrier, or if it had been sheer luck. He pushed the thought aside as he scrambled into his shuttle and nodded to the pilot to take them to Nelson Base. No doubt the Navy had its reasons for urgent summons. As said, I'm not as much of a fan of Nuttall's books as I am of other writers, but it is good. Jeffrey 69. Oh, I got confused with the early Venator discussion as I was only just joined. Don't worry, we often do get confused with the discussions. Rapid Razak. Venators are heavy cruiser because that's how Star Wars classifies them. Yes! Heavy cruiser. Don't worry, Stafford. It's very nice. Thank you. And thank you again to Osprey. Arzu147. Are you familiar with Jack Campbell's book series? Actually, speaking of Jack Campbell's book series... Let's see, have we got any of his books in here? No, he didn't make the top 14, but I have got some of them. We've only got 14 books in today's set. Only 14. And I've got the pictures for the first 3 lined up, but I then need to track down the pictures for the next ones. So, Carmen, ask Drac to get the chieftain on it. That would be fun, and we certainly would like him. Let's see, Carmen Guswood. This is why I like Chief O'Brien's moments on DS9. Yes, they are good. They are some of the best things in that series. Chief O'Brien is what actually makes Star Trek viable to me. It's one of the reasons why I find... You see, I want to like Discovery, and I do enjoy some of the storylines, but a ship which is so new, so cobbled together, seems to be so often running perfectly. And as someone who spent his life around engineering, engineers, and ships, I just don't find it believable that something that's brand new would be running so perfectly. Especially not something that's actually beyond the cutting edge of technology. I know they are a different breed in terms of the lovely people at, well, of Starfleet, but they're not wizards. So let's change NUTALL for the next one in the thing. Next one is, and this one are definitely not. These ones are gorgeous for that. This is the Legacy Fleet series by Nick Webb, and I love these books. As I said, imperfect books. Something this has got to be in it, and has got to be a have in it. Juno 191. I mean, factory ships, no guns, probably cool fast. First side. You replicated torpedo casings. The issue is the antimatter charge that is the issue. Or do they use quantums in Voyager, which you can't replicate? I think they have photon torpedoes and quantum torpedoes. Photon torpedoes. Rapid The nice thing about the Black Fleet trilogy is it takes hours before missile ship signals get to anywhere. Yes. It's rather realistic that way. Shumi, you're a better narrator than the one in the Audible. That is why I never get into this book. This is, I have to say, I can understand that, but yeah, there are some interesting narrators out there they do pick. But I like the Constitution series. I like Nick Webb's works. Derp Squad, for imperfect ships, look at the Mimitar Republic from EVE Online. In Rust we trust. Calgazan, we have infinite torpedoes, ammo, strike aircraft, but radar, hydro, and fighters run out in World of Warships. I know, I do find that strange. Everything else doesn't. It's the logic of the game. It's still a fun game. It's still better than some of the other games that are out there. Yeah. I do spend far too much time on computer games, though, when I am having issues. Arzu147. The Lost Fleet series is okay. There might be the hearing about the Lost Fleet series in a bit. Kajan, with all the combat in the first couple of books being very similar to how we see submarine warfare depicted, Odyssey, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that one is the case of that. I haven't played carriers since they completely changed them at Juno 19. Presume that's World of Warships, and I haven't played carriers yet. I keep meaning to give it a go. Are you reading my library? Joshua Dazzle, CG Nuttall. Any Raymond I want? Waiting to see what comes up. Dan Star Trek. I'm sad we can't seem to get below decks over here in the UK. Well, people keep advertising to me virtual private networks. Don't worry, this is the bottle I had that started earlier. I'm finishing this off before I start going through another glass of the bottle I just started. So, don't worry, we've got plenty to go to today. Sorry, I had to. What did Dr. say to inviting the chieftain? Yes, if he wants to come, we'd invite him. Sam Thomson, Dr. Of the new Star Trek, I was looking forward to Axanar the most, and then it was all but killed. Star Trek Voyager and torpedoes. They have Bussard collectors to run their fusion reactors. Thus they can make antimatter. Thus photon torpedoes can be replicated. But they never say they're doing it. And let's be honest, making a photon torpedo is not going to be an easy thing to do. Look, this is this is the trouble with me and reading quite a lot of sci-fi and reading on things. I spend too much of my life dealing with the paperwork, which goes backwards and forwards in wartime. And the fact is, when you have escalations of logistic issues, and it's always a big thing. If you were making photon torpedoes, which is not exactly an easy procedure to do, would you be making them aboard your spaceship, which you are moving through space? Because if there's an accident, you have a big boom. Why are you doing it? Yes, you have containment and all these things, but to make it into a weapon, it's going to be complicated. So, therefore, I would expect them to be saying something like, if they are making photon torpedoes, we are taking the Delta Flyer or a shuttle out. We are going to manufacture and be placing these components together aboard the shuttle. Build the torpedo. Build sort of 3 or 4 torpedoes. Come back. And then repeat the cycle. And it would be a major work. You'd be talking most of Balana's engineering team would be involved in it. It's not something on Tuvok security people. Most of those 2 groups would have to be probably assigned to the role. That's why I liked what's it? The Stargate, the one set aboard a ship, which was going off into just going on a space on a long sort of voyage, because she had collectors to go in the sun to recharge, and her weapons were energy based, so they could run off that system. It made sense. Although I would have liked to have had drones, because that would have made the enemies quite easy to deal with, but they didn't have them, so you know, rather torpedoes they all for them. Rapid Razor, Constitution is one continuous battle. I love it. This description that the ships are blocks of whatever that essentially massive hulk with meters of thick hulls. Yep. Dan Freeman, you skipped my clean joke about Starfleet engineers being wizards. That's because I knew there was a dirty joke coming up there behind it. Dan Freeman, actually, Star Engineering cadets received their offers at place at the Academy by OWL. They are wizards. It wouldn't surprise me. Seth Thomson, regarding torpedoes, 2 words, industrial replicators. Yes, but they don't seem to have them on Voyager. Or at least, they don't talk about them. The Destiny. Seth Thomson. The Destiny. Yes, the Destiny was a ship which didn't do as Rapid Razor just put hand-wavium over logistics. It actually had a thought-out plan for everything to keep the ship going, not for keeping the people aboard going. Which, again, I found strange. Yes, the ancients probably thought they could bring food through the Stargate system, but I'm surprised if they do go to the space of having a growing habitat, etc., which obviously that is what the Garden Space Dome is. The only reason you'd have a dome like that on a ship and a space like that on a ship, because otherwise, if you're going into suns on a regular basis to recharge, you wouldn't do it unless you need it for a very big reason. It's probably to grow food. Why does it have a shield which pops up to protect it? Why doesn't it have all sorts of things, you know, a nutrient machine or something to make it into a viable biodome? Harry Chris 444. Well, first of all, hello. I don't think I've chatted to you before. And Alistair Reynolds does some good stuff. All sublights, so interesting timescales and obligatory mention for Ian Banks for the best ship names. Thank you. Yes, in in some Star Trek Voyager parts, they trade replicators local. I'm more concerned with Janeway violating Prime Directive. How many times per season? Don't get me started. So, we've got Constitution up there, so I'm going to read from Constitution, of course. And there is a good section of it. Sol System, Earth Station, Earth Orbit, Valhalla Space Station. Captain Tim Granger shook his head. He couldn't believe it. After all this time, after all these years of dedicated service, all the awards, medallions, every worthless pin, bar, and insignia drawn his left breast meant nothing. They were taking her away from it. Damn it. They were actually doing it. Admiral Yarber, I don't understand. The Constitution wasn't scheduled to be decommissioned for at least another 5 years. The thin, grey-haired woman gestured for him to sit. He remained on his feet in quiet defiance, electing a drawn outside from the Admiral. She sounded like a worn-out schoolteacher and it irked him. Tim, you know how ancient the old bird is. I'm sorry, but High Command has decided to. Nonsense, he interrupted. She's in good shape for any ship in the fleet. Why Constitution? Why now? Damn it. Vicky, the decision is made. She winced when he looked at the swan in his breath. Look, I did what I could. I tried to extend the decision out another year, but they wouldn't have it. Granger stared at the pictures on the wall. Admiral Yarborough posed in handshakes of various government dignitaries, including President Avery. A smattering of favourite vacation destinations, and of course, beautiful shots of all her previous commands. The ISS Legacy, and the ISS Baltimore, he included. Magnificent ships, just like his beloved Constitution, his home. It's the Eagleton Commission, isn't it? They're forcing the military cuts, and Command decided the easiest way to comply with reductions is to scrap it, didn't they? I won't pretend I can read their minds, she trailed off when he shot a sceptical look at her, but you're probably right. He finally sat down, slumping heavily into the seat across from the Admiral. He remembered sitting in the same chair in the same office 15 years earlier when he accepted command of the old bird. The Constitution was old even then. HELL. She was old during the Swarm War 75 years ago. But they built them right back then. They built them to last. He sighed in search for words, but there was nothing he could say, so he resorted to nostalgia. When we were at the Academy, things were different. You still remember old Commodore Vickers? She grinned. How could I forget? 95 years old and still teaching orbital tactical theory. Granger stroked his chin, rough from neglecting his morning shave. I was a year ahead of you. So you might not have been there, but one day he burst through the door of the classroom waving his cane, bashing the chalkboard and the screen and then his desk with it, screaming about new swarm invasion. He broke off as he saw her chuckle and descended into laughter himself as he tried to finish. She finished his story, and then he pulled the fire alarm and caused the evacuation of half the academy before they sorted out what happened. Yes, I remember that. Who could forget? Granger wiped his eye. Who could forget Nate? All it turned out to be was him overhearing some old archive press reports that they were playing in the history class as he walked down the hall. Thought he was listening to a live news feed. Admiral Yarborough stood up and pulled a small bottle out of the cabinet behind her, along with 2 glasses. She offered and Granger nodded. Poor old man, probably scared the living daylights out of him. Didn't he die just a few years after? He did. Granger swallowed some of the liquid she'd offered him and grimaced. Jack Daniels. Damn, she broke out the good stuff for him. He coughed and winced more. He'd been coughing more lately, sometimes with pain. It was probably time to schedule that checkup with Doc Wyatt. But you know the thing about Commodore Vickers? He was there. He was there. He was old enough to have actually served during the Swarm War. He knew what it was like, the action, the danger, the casualties. He was a goddamn war hero. Blew up a half a dozen Swarm capital ships with his own light cruiser before they finally got him, and he drifted in high Earth orbit in just his spacesuit for almost 3 days before the IDF found him. Mind you, that's when spacesuits were rated for only 1 day at vacuum. Hardy old bastard, wasn't he? She threw back her own glance and winced. He stared at her knowingly, wondering if she was on the High Command side or not, if she had actually tried to dissuade them from decommissioning the Constitution. And you know what he would say to the Eagleton Commission? As I recall, he was not fond of politicians, she replied, pouring another 2 fingers of the amber liquid. He'd hobble his way into the Capitol chamber, smack a few descendants upside their heads with his cane, and lecture them about constant vigilance and preparedness. He'd be spinning in his grave if he knew how deep the military cuts were. Well, we are over 70 years out from the end of the war, and not even a glimpse of the Swarm War in all that time. Not even the barest hint. It's natural that people are letting down their guard. HELL, it was natural to do that 40 years ago. Natural and stupid. He finished off his drink and slid the cup back over the Admiral. They're out there, Vicky, and we're pulling our pants down and pleasuring ourselves, thinking no one is watching. Well, let's hope the comrades aren't voyeurs, she said with a wink. He snorted and slammed back the second glass she'd poured for him. We didn't win the war because we were stronger than them, Vicky. We didn't win because we were smarter than them, or better. We won because of luck. We won because they up and left for no reason at all. If they hadn't, Earth would be a graveyard and all our colonies destroyed. If they come back, do you really think we'll be so lucky if we're not prepared? Admiral Yarborough interrupted. I agree, Tim, but those are the decisions above our pay grade. For now, there's nothing to do but move on. She regarded him scowled. Look, it's not like you're being forced to retire. You're only 64, for God's sake. Why are you treating this like a funeral? There are other commands out there. But not like the Constitution, he said, rising to his feet. Not like the old bird. Nothing compares. She's in a class of her own. She's an outdated hulk of mismatched parts and misfit crew members, Tim. She's the last of the legacy fleet. All the rest of them are mothballed or destroyed. She's way past her prime. It's time. No younger officer in their right mind ever asked for assignment to the old bird. He poured himself a third glass and held it up to the light, watching as the blue tinted over headlights reflected through the amber liquid. I did. It was my second assignment back as an ensign 40 years ago, and when Adams retired 15 years ago, I jumped at the chance to go back. She glanced at him skeptically. You were assigned there because after what you pulled, that was the only command they would give you. How dare you? He sneered. Damn it, the alcohol was affecting his verbal filter. He needed to go. How dare I? As she stood up. Tim, I've been far more than accommodating all these years. I've looked the other way. I've covered for you. I gave you a chance when no one else would. And that's what you say to my face? How dare I? He only reaction. He only scowled at her. Get off my station, she said with more force than she meant. For after a moment, her voice softened. Report with the Constitution at Lunar Base in 2 weeks for decommissioning. There'll be a ceremony. Dignitaries, historians, celebrities, all that SHIT. You'll love it. Make a 2-minute speech. Eat some expensive hors d'oeuvres. Shake a few hands, get a little drunk, then when it's over, we can discuss your next assignment. I hate speeches. I'll write it for you then. Dismissed. Sir? He nodded a casual salute and stepped towards the door. Tim, she called out to him as he passed the threshold. And he glanced back. It won't be so bad. You'll like one of the newer frigates the shipyards are putting out. They're faster than any old clunker from the last century. He nodded with a thin-lipped smile. It was all he could do. If he spoke again, he knew he'd regret it. I do like these stories. They are good ones, and well, they're worth it. Now, that one. Make sure I'm at the right chapter point. Right, and definitely, I like the fact that Webb and Dalzelle use kinetic weapons. Yes, it makes sense. Jeff Beeler, Singularity Sky for Arthur Charles Dross, published in 2003. The novel follows the ill-fated military campaign by a repressive state, the New Republic, to a perceived invasion. Very realistic. I'll have to look it up for it. Stephen Thomson, Dutch Clark, completely agree. Destiny's viewing deck is a hydroponics bay, whereas in Andromeda, it is a viewing deck. Yeah. Shimmy, they say at one point that Voyage they have X number of troops, and once they're torps, and once they're gone, they're not getting any more. Then they fire off 3 times the number they had. Yeah. That's Voyager. Oh. Sci-fi seems to use old outdated ship being the only one who can do the job a trope a little too much. Thank you, Galactica. I do think it does come up quite a bit, and I have a slight idea for that, and I actually consider that not too unusual, because there is a reason for this. And it's that quite often when we're looking at these books and we're talking about these things, when we are sort of going through this, there are amount of times when you are dealing with new technology and it goes wrong. It's a very acceptable approach. And what I'm thinking about when I'm doing this is, if you are doing a trope in sci-fi, because it's all about the most advanced technology, and in terms of some people's perception of sci-fi, it's going to be, as they say, when you've got technology advanced enough, it's indistinguishable from magic. So it should be magic. The idea of it going wrong is very sort of comforting in a way to us when we're reading it, because the technology we have is always going wrong, the latest technology. And sometimes it is the good, reliable stuff. You know, my Subaru is not the newest Subaru in the world. I love her dearly, though. She's one of the most reliable cars I've ever had, and I've had slightly younger cars actually than her, but they've required far more bodging by me to keep them going than she has. And that's been fun in a way. Ren. Reparator, I can't remember if it's Webb or Dalzelle, but they feed your need for massive hulking guns. Honestly, both get it quite well. Jemek, some things get unrealistic in novels in a very weird way. Still using chalkboard in Space Naval Academy, but good chalk and a board sometimes are better than even a full box of colour pens, giant touchscreen. I love teaching with chalkboards because we had them at King's and you had these huge roller ones. And the great thing is, a chalkboard, once you have drawn your lovely drawing of a swordfish attacking a submarine for any submarine warfare, it's sitting up there and you can store it up and it won't go wrong. You put it down, there it is. It's fine. It's there. You can leave it there for an hour, 2 hours. Nothing's going to happen. It's not going to freeze. It's not going to go wrong. There is no problem. And add to that, if the students are talking in the back row and you want to be really cruel, you can do that on a chalkboard. And you can watch the entire class go, ah! And they're all looking and going, yeah, we're going to be quiet now. Good. Because I will make you all suffer unless you pay attention. Dan Freeman, I don't think HELLL is a very naughty word. I think you can get away with saying it. That's good. Dan Freeman, you're right in regards to Dr. Clark's nephews and nieces, but if YouTube thinks that the word Blackburn is a bit naughty, HELL is definitely not allowed. You don't get me started on YouTube, but also nephews and nieces. Hi, kids. Hello, Melanie, 1640. You're not that late. I'm only into the third book. And the third mince pie. That's good. Andromeda looks like it'd be very vulnerable to battle damage with all the thin linkages between the main hull and outriggers. As much as I love Andromeda, Andromeda is one of my favourite spaceships ever. But, no. And I'm also one of those people who thinks Romy should have been in charge, not Hunt. I think Romy would have been a far better captain. Mainly because she had a better sarcasm filter. In that she had no filter. Hello, Race Car Meerkat. Hello, Dallas Circular. Hello, you're not that late, don't worry. Money 1640. Super reliable. What about Toyota? I'm sure Toyota are nice. I've never had one. I've had Vauxhall, Volvo, and Subaru. The Volvo I could literally repair with some pieces of wire. At one point, my Vauxhall was still road legal and drivable, and I'd soldered the exhaust into place. The hook kept breaking. So that was their standard part, and it just wasn't working because it was foam. And so I fashioned a new part, and it worked very well. Unfortunately, eventually the engine went, but, you know, that was a different matter. Nick Waters. Well, authors tend to prefer telling the story of victory against the odds. It does make life easy. Jeff Villa, another blog from before when Dr. Clark was born, Down Below Station, The Company Wars, by C.J. Cherry. I've heard things about that before, but I haven't managed to track it down yet. Oh. It's always hard to replace cars. They're each characters. New IKB 4772. Well, hello. Is it Embark Kingdom Brunel? Is Embark Kingdom Brunel Flying Scotsman? It's a fun mixture. Dr. Clark, what have I missed? Only a few books. Only a couple of books so far. Monday 1640 Dirt Squad. Yes, Top Gear did accidentally lose a Hilux in the Bristol Channel. I think they purposely left one in there, and they managed to fish it out a week later and drain the engine, turn the key on, and drove it. Yeah. We have whiteboards now. On the one hand, I miss the look of the chalk on board, being able to use the side of chalk for shading. On the other hand, I don't miss having chalk dust all over everything after. It did make things interesting, the chalk dust. But here's the other thing. Why is it you can get more colours in chalkboard than you can on the smartboard, let alone on a whiteboard? Why is it I can get more chalk colours? It's annoying. Rev Razorback, the hand motion on the imaginary chalkboard made me involuntarily cringe. Oh, good. Anonymous. Kings and Generals does this enormous, awesome 2-hour video on how Roma conquered it up to Greece. Iron brew is code for ambrosia. Yeah, well, you know. Hey ho. Do you prefer communication in Trek, where signals outrun ships, or Andromeda, where ships outrun signals? I think probably the latter is more likely than the former. Jennifer, as a person who spent a considerable length of time working on railway rolling stock, I can testify that over-engineered old stock works far better than cutting-edge tech. Yeah, and my dad's comment on hull strengths, and it's kind of interesting in that Type 23s were designed to be razor thin. I'm not going to say by how much, but the Type 26, and I'm thinking the Type 31 and the Type 45, let's say reverse that trend, because it was going Type 42 was thin, Type 22 was thinner, Type 23 was, we can really make it, let's see how thin we can make it to save money. They've had to rehull most of them a couple of times. Now, I'm told that the Type 26s are far thicker. In fact, they are getting back to a thickness which hasn't possibly been seen since the last batch of destroyers mentioned, last class of destroyers mentioned in my book. Jeff Bitter, what are some real-life examples of Nick Webb's Constitution? Well, I would say quite a few of the ships which Fisher gets rid of, which we've already been talking about, the Fisher cuts. And Fisher had a reason. I am honest, Fisher does have a reason, but the thing is, The reason he should have been at that time, with war that far away, he should have been asking for more money, because some ships get lost and you go, well, actually, did you need to get rid of those? Those could have been quite useful. Because then they free up ships for other things. You know, this is the thing. One examples we like to talk about in bilge pumps is the fact that if you have older ship coming back from a deployment and it needs to go into a major refit, then you have to come bring it and refit. But if you've got a massive deployment going on and you've got a ship come back from deployment, it doesn't need an immediately major refit. It's just coming for regular refit. Well, you might not want to take it to war because it might be a bit worn out, but it can go do the constabulary duties, which can free up another ship which is in capable position of war to go to war. Right, Andromeda did go sci-fi dispatch ships, though. Yeah, that was good. Dan Freeman, scrap iron flotilla of the Ryan in early World War II, early-ish World War II? Potentially. Dallas Sirkin, hello, grins. In my school days, if you weren't paying attention, you got to practice your dodge skills to evade an incoming piece of chalk. Or the board runner, if the teacher is particularly annoyed. University lecturer. I'm not supposed to chuck things at them. Supposed to. I did once take an entire tube of tennis balls I had with me. Actually, I bought them for my dog with me into a lecture, but we'll leave that to one side. I didn't use them. They just weren't sure I wouldn't use them, so they were very, very well behaved. Right, this is the only one which is going to be a book 2. The rest are all book 1s, but I like the Voyage Home saga, but if I read from the Voyage Home, it gives the whole game away, so I decided to pick Voyage into Darkness. Osprey 28, my Iron Brew has been lost in the mail. I would seriously declare war on your mail company. Come out, recars. I had a Lada 2105 combi made in Russia. Had a feeling to it. Sometimes I miss it. It is the cars which require work which endear themselves to us. I do miss my... well, also there's the fact that my cars, what they're named for is quite interesting, because there was HMS Royal Oak, HMS Ramleys, and the current one is HMS Naid. Yeah, my cars get named after warships. Oh. Family always names their cars, and I didn't want mine named after birds or cartoon animals, so they got named after warships. Anyways, I'll take better. I recall a pilot of an old aircraft interviewed as saying he was a fan of fly-by-wire. The wires should be at least a quarter-inch thick. Only 16 or 40. If they make it thin enough, and the exocet might not fuse might not trigger as it passes through, assuming it doesn't run into an engine or similar inside. Potentially. Derp Squad. That glorious false economy of saving money. Save money initially, have them replace it every couple of years instead of every 20. Yeah. And Stafford Thomson, yes, your sloops probably do have thicker hulls than most. In fact, some of your hulls I'm looking at, and I think possibly these days would qualify for icebreaker standards. Don Shay, what are we trying to do? Get a Mogami class cruiser or try to do IGN very light ships despite having 155mm or 2 or 3 naval guns? What on earth? Some people like to test the boundaries of physics. And by test boundaries, I mean ignore the rules completely and presume they know better than physics. Physics tends to respond by going, I'm not so much guidelines as cast iron cliff faces. Right. Voyage into Darkness. Look, I love this story because it starts off from the prefix that actually the Earth had been conquered. We had met extraterrestrial life, and unlike in history, we in all the other sci-fis, it hadn't gone well. We'd been annihilated. We had fought bravely, but we had been defeated. And this is about what happens afterwards. And there are a few others which are sort of like this, but this one is about what happens afterwards, and it's really clever writing. It's the prologue from Book 2. I'm detecting 8 ships docked with the asteroid. Another 5 are keeping station nearby, Kevin reported to Sarah through their neural implants. Councillors Simmons and Adams should be pleased, Alexandra commented. Let's not count our chickens until they've hatched, Sarah replied. It was a phrase she had learnt from her time among Earth humans. With Destiny's interface helmet encasing her head, Sarah sent her mind out towards the slaver base. She could see the 13 ships, and the weapon emplacements the slavers had built into the asteroid surface were unmistakable. She marked them as primary targets for Kevin. As she did, she couldn't help but smile. The last 5 months on Earth had seemed like eternity. It was a joy to be back in command of Destiny. When Sarah had left Melissa on Barius, she had instructed the older woman to purchase as much information on the local slaving industry as she could. Sarah hoped to stamp out slavery in this part of the galaxy if she ever got the chance. It had taken her several months to convince Councillor Simmons to allow her to leave Earth, but finally she had acquiesced. Freighters were in short supply within the human systems, and capturing even a handful would go a long way to help kickstart their economy. Stretching her mind out to the other humans on her ship, Sarah pulled them into a battle meld. In a few seconds, all 20 were part of her consciousness. She could direct them all with a single thought. Prepare to jettison our outer shell, Sarah thought. As soon as we do, power up our weapons and take out the asteroid's defenses. Kevin and Jake, Destiny's engineer, acknowledged her command. We're being hailed, Alexandra informed Sarah. Send them the identification codes Melissa purchased, Sarah ordered. They've acknowledged them. Alexandra said, they're saying the codes are old. Tell them, it's been a while since we've been in this part of space. If they want, we can take our business elsewhere, Sarah replied. They're sending us a docking bay number, Alexandra said. After a few moments, good, Sarah fought back. I'm taking us in now. Let them know we're here to buy. Ask for a full inventory of the stock they have for sale. As the information came in, Sarah scanned the file. What she saw sickened her. There were over 2,000 slaves within the asteroid. Likely, there were more on the slaver ships as well. We've entered range with our tachyon pulses, Kevin informed her. Wait until the laser cannons are in range too, Sarah replied. Let's hit them with everything we've got. Alexandra, as soon as we fire, send a demand to surrender to the rest of the ships. Acknowledge, Alexandra said. All weapons locked on target, Kevin reported. 30 seconds later. Blow the outer shell, Sarah ordered. Open fire. The steel casing Cassidy had covered Destiny in broke into small sections and flew off Destiny's hull. The ship's capacitors sent energy to her weapons. Tachyon pulses and laser beams peppered the slaver asteroid's base. Small explosions erupted all over its surface. All the asteroid's defenses and energy screen emitters are offline, Kevin reported. I targeted the slaver ships not docked with the asteroid with our missiles. The tachyon emitters and laser cannons are targeting the docked ships. They should know they are under our guns. Alexandra, Sarah queried. The demand surrender has been sent. I'm awaiting replies. It took nearly 30 seconds for the first slaver ship to react. When it did, Sarah cursed. First one, then another of the ships not docked with the asteroid accelerated away in an attempt to escape. Sarah directed more power to Destiny's engines and accelerated after one of the freighters. Now that she didn't have to pretend Destiny was a freighter, she used the full extent of the warship's capabilities. She drastically closed the distance to the freighters. Let them know they have no hope of escaping, Sarah ordered. Before she could say anything more, other activity caught her attention. Several of the dock-saving ships were powering up their engines and preparing to leave. If they all tried to leave at once, she would have to damage many of them. Swinging her attention back to the two fleeing freighters, she saw that they were both still trying to escape. Neither ship has responded, Alexandra said. I don't think our burst of speed impressed them. Scan both ships for life forms, Sarah said. Hannah, Destiny sensor officer, sent a report almost immediately. The first freighter had more than 100 life forms aboard. The other had only 6. Take it out, Sarah sent to Kevin as she selected the second freighter, then disabled the other's engines. 4 laser beams shot out from Destiny. 3 dissected the second freighter amidships. They blew the freighter in half. Secondary explosions from the freighter's engines disintegrated out of one of the halves. The other spun out of control. The 4th beam struck the first freighter's engines. It lost power and began to drift. Opening a general comm frequency, Sarah transmitted a message to all the slave ships in the system. This is Captain Adams of the frigate Destiny. We are not elders. Surrender immediately and you'll be spared. However, if you put any more resistance, I won't hesitate to destroy you. The ships are powering down, Kevin called out excitedly. I think they got a message. Eventually, Sarah said in frustration. That's one freighter less we can take home. Send our orders to the slavers. Let's get the transfers underway. Sarah watched closely as each of the slave ships docked with the asteroid began to following her pre-prepared commands. The crews of the ships disembarked while slaves were loaded onto the freighters. Thanks to the inventory the slavers had transmitted to Destiny, Sarah was able to make sure every single slave was taken off the asteroid. Once the transfers were complete, Alexandra released a number of drones that fastened themselves to the hulls of each freighter. Hacking into the freighter's flight computers, Alexandra took control of each ship. Finally, Sarah maneuvered Destiny alongside the damaged freighter. Taking the ship in tow, Sarah powered up Destiny's engines and led the small flotilla away from the asteroid. As soon as they could, they jumped into subspace on course for Earth. Once they entered subspace, Sarah laxed and grin spread across her face. Their mission had been a success. What's more, Destiny had performed optimally. The frigate had spent the 2 months in one of the elder shipyard's construction bays, while Alexander and Cassidy carried out a number of modifications. Sarah had been stuck on Earth, completing out other work, and so she hadn't been able to oversee the upgrades as closely as she would have liked. Worse, even after the upgrades had been complete, Destiny had been waiting for her to be able to take her out for a shakedown cruise. After today, Destiny would have to be declared battle-ready. Sarah hoped that meant more missions it would be in their future. Her crew felt the same. Good work, she sent to everyone through the mail before she closed it down. It is a very, very cool book. And the first book is absolutely amazing. The second book is other. And DJ Holmes is sort of unique in that he's the only author which there are 2 of the books appearing in this. This is the only author of which there are 2 appearing in this story, in this thing. And let's go to... Dalzelle chuckles. To help out a bit of pronunciation, Sukakin is supposed to sound like a Russian. 3 syllables. Suk-erkin. Rhyming with gherkin. Sukakin. Hope that helped. Thomson. Nice car collection. Shomak, I think you could write a really good 40k series from the perspective of a cruiser captain doing internal policing. It could be quite fun. Yeah, you definitely are reading the contents of my sci-fi library. I second the motion. Anonymous was expecting the Forever War, Starship Troopers, and Ordoon. Though that's more from a Royal Marines perspective than a ship-to-ship combat perspective. We're going to get into some books similar to that, but I've tried to go for ones which were sort of different. I have to say, NUTALL is probably the most famous of the books the authors I'm sort of going for. Then Freeman, physics-related shudder when lasers are in range. Well, you see, I can actually get that one because whilst lasers are lovely and they can go off infinite, is it in range to quickly achieve damage? So is it in practical range? There is the fact that, yes, it might be theoretically like we're going infinitely in space, but is it in range that they will hit the target quickly enough to actually cause the damage you need to do it in the time you need? That's the requirement. And as people have gone, effective range and dissipation, yeah. Rescar Meerkat sounds a little like Off Armageddon Reef, where humanity has to hide with no electronics, or C.J. Cherrin's American Nights. Yeah. Dirt Squad, I'm still a fan of W840K Orc method of planetary invasion. Repurpose an asteroid or as a troop transport and then crash in plan. Well, it works. Hmm. New IKB 470. Does anyone here lurk on HFY? I'm not sure what is that one. And Humans are Spacewalks on Reddit. Dan him. I have very occasionally ventured into the Humans are Spacewalks things. Children of Dead Earth is 90% off on Steam right now. £22.50. $2.50. Dallas Sukarin. A most interesting stream, actually. I have been a sci-fi buff for 50 years, and DJ Holmes is unknown to me. Time to a little online purchasing seems. If you like that one, wait until you get to the next one for DJ Holmes. And that is actually my next story. I will do DJ Holmes ones together. But I can spend a lot of time talking about these because this series is frankly amazing. And if you've listened to us on Bilge Pumps, we talk about this a lot. There probably is David Webber on here as well. I think there is a David Webber, but I'd always say Nuttall's slightly more famous than David Webber. DJ Holmes. DJ Holmes, The Void War. Empire Rising. Now, let me get it to the right one. I think I prefer it when the books are just sitting here next to me. Prologue. July the 11th, 2456 near Earth orbit. HMS Vulcan floated in high orbit over the British Midlands. With minimal manoeuvring thrusters, she wasn't really a spaceship, yet her designers hadn't wished to break with tradition when naming her. If anyone asked, the explanation was that the S stood for shipyard. Construction Bay 27 was a hive of activity. For a number of months, construction workers have been expanding its capacity to accommodate the latest designs for a new class of ship, the first British battlecruiser. A few thousand meters higher up in orbit, work was being completed on two identical giant structures, soon to be attached to Vulcan, and designated bays 28 and 29. Likewise, Day 2 would be focused on churning out new battlecruisers for the Royal Space Navy. Once completed, this retrofit and extension would simply become one more in a long list of alterations in Vulcan's history. Initially constructed when Britain decided to invest heavily in interstellar expansion, Vulcan had been serving the RSN for over 200 years as its main shipyard. Once the shift drive had been discovered and the stars opened to humanity, interstellar exploration had taken off. Britain had banked a substantial percentage of her GDP on gaining a lead over the other spacefaring nations, and Vulcan was the result. With the discovery of Britannia, this investment had paid off 80 years later. HMS Vulcan had hastily dispatched her third colony ship full of hand-picked volunteers from all over Great Britain, as well as her moon, Mars, and asteroid colonies. Britannia contained one of the rarest materials yet known to man. Named after its discoverer, Valastроmium was almost as revolutionary as the shift drive. Officially classified as a metal, though designation was still debated in universities, it showed remarkable ability to protect the spaceship from the wear and tear of space travel, while blocking harmful cosmic radiation from injuring the ship's crew. And once fixed by a combination of electrical and thermal treatments, the metal actually flowed like a liquid in an effort to retain its original shape. when damaged. This was a ship designer's dream, as it provided the perfect armour. With the discovery of Valstronium on Britannia, Britain gained a monopoly almost overnight. Along with this monopoly came the military power and diplomatic capital that allowed Britain to fuel its expansion beyond the Sol system and become one of the dominant spacefaring nations. Despite over 150 years having passed since the discovery of Britannia and 200 since the discovery of the shift drive, the exploration and colonization race between the major spacefaring nations showed no sign of letting up. Paid for through Valstronium sales, HMS Vulcan continued to churn out all kinds of civilian and military craft to further Britain's interstellar empire. With the new construction bays about to be finalised, battlecruisers would soon be added to that list. Almost unnoticed amongst the hustle and bustle over the bays 27, 28, and 29, a small ship slipped out of Construction Bay 13. Encased with its own Valstronium armour, HMS Drake made her way out into space for the first time. She was one of an ever-increasing number of RSN survey ships. With almost 150 in commission, they served the RSN by mapping the dark matter between the stars. This is good, this series. This is very, very good. Commander Lightfoot this is from the next chapter along, chapter 1. Commander Lightfoot sat in the command chair of HMS Surprise as his ship exited shift space. As an Archer-class frigate, Surprise was just a baby amongst the fighting ships of the RSN, which meant she was assigned all sorts of menial tasks. Lightfoot had already tired of his current mission on the outward journey to their station. Now they were finally heading back to Earth. He was beginning to look forward to his next assignment with a bit of more hope. As the sensors began to update the holo display, Lightfoot could see that almost all the ships in the convoy had exited the shift space information. Surprise, along with the Lancer-class frigate Renown and the light cruiser Resolution, were escorting a convoy of 9 freighters. They had made the 5-week journey to the British mining colony and Reading system, and were now on their way back home. Typically, freighters would make their own way to the various destinations, but Admiralty regulations stipulated all freighters had to be escorted to and from Reading. Thanks to a quirk in the UN Planetary Allocation Act, Britain had been awarded the mining rights to the Reading system, even though it was only accessible by bypassing through Chinese territory. Given the past scuffles between China and Britain and the rising border tensions, the Admiralty had set up a convoy every 3 months to Reading in order to deliver supplies and pick up processed ore from the system. As a commander of a frigate in the RSN, these kinds of tasks always seemed to fall to him. Sub-Lieutenant Sampson, who was manning the communications console on the bridge, turned to speak to his commander. "Sir, Captain Turner is hailing us from the Resolution." As Lightfoot nodded, Sampson put the feed onto main holo's display. Impeccable as ever, Lightfoot thought as the captain appeared in front of him. Though he was careful to keep his face impassive, Captain Turner was from a wealthy noble family back on Earth, and he always seemed to be immaculately dressed and turned out no matter what the occasion. "Commander," he began, "seems we have lost one of our charges again. The captain of the freighter Jackson has signaled to say that he picked up a shift space exit off his port bow. I'm sending you to coordinates now. No doubt someone made a miscalculation. I'm sure the freighter will start radiating heat as soon as they bring up their main drives, so it won't take you long to find them. We'll wait here with the rest of the convoy until you return." Lightfoot replied a simple "yes, sir," before switching off the feed from his Resolution and turning to his navigation officer. "Avery, do you have the coordinates?" "They're coming through now," Avery replied without turning around to directly address his commander. "Very well, take us there at 80% thrust," Lightfoot ordered. 2 hours later, Surprise had opened up a distance of 20 light minutes from the rest of the convoy. They had just picked up the freighter on their thermal scanners and sent her a message ordering her to make for the convoy when a message arrived from Resolution. Sub-Lieutenant Sampson scanned over it before addressing his commander. "Sir, Resolution has just picked up a fleet dropping out of shift space. Based on the readings they obtained from the re-entry patterns, they think they are Chinese. Resolution estimates there is a battleship, a battlecruiser, 3 heavy cruisers, and at least 30 other ships that they can't make out yet, though they think some are freighters. They are reporting one more large vessel that they can't identify. It isn't a battleship, but it seems to be in the same mass range." Lightfoot grimaced. Ordinarily, the opportunity to see a Chinese fleet maneuvering would provide process intel. Yet, ideally, he would like to get the information while lying in stealth, not while escorting a convoy that would be lighting up every sensor within a light day. Britain and China might be at peace, but being out in the open so far from home made him feel a little nervous, not to mention the Chinese battleship. The Chinese only had one of the mammoth ships in their fleet. What was it doing out there? "Tactical, orientate our optical and heat sensors towards these newcomers. Let's see what our Chinese friends are doing with themselves out here in the back end of nowhere. take over 50 minutes for the heat and optical data to travel from the Chinese fleet to Surprise. 20 more than it would take to reach the convoy. Yet getting so much information back to the Admiralty and the Royal Space Navy Intelligence would be invaluable. It's a good book. It's a good series. Good evening, John Luke. How are you doing? Monday 16040, multi-missile on a Harrington. Ah, yes. Emperor 1733, drat it. Late. Have you looked at anything by John Lugden or on the Atomic Rockets website? Not yet, no. I don't think I'm going to get to those today, but I'm probably going to say if you have any more suggestions for another one of these to do in the new year, I'm always happy to drag some more, go and get some more and have a look at them. So comment down below, basically. Anonymous, Self-Seeking Hammer. Where have we seen that before? Oh, so many times. Anonymous, most of the fictional accounts of war in space fail to meet some serious physics problems. 1, massive radiation. Any manned ship needs a lot of lead shielding. 2, lack of gravity is also hell on cruise. To use the French there. And Anonymous, no friction, so whatever you launch keeps going and going. I suppose 4, I suppose all that radiation would also ruin comms and sensors. It can be interesting, but what I like about this series is they actually talk about that and they talk about how they've done it. And yeah, you have to sort of accept that they've got slightly more advanced science. This is several hundred years in the future. They've got science around it. But the fact that they've bothered to deal with it, they've talked about it, and they've got the science to go is one of the reasons I like this series. That's good. Do the Archer class frigates enter the danger zone? Yes, they do. As does the Drake class. Oh, HMS Drake. HMS Drake has a very interesting commander, as he's commanded by Commander Somerville, who becomes Admiral later on in the series. It's a good series. Bishon, get Drac to do your Audible book. Could do. It's going to be here. I'm tempted to get Jamie to do it. Once because I just like the idea of having it in Jamie sort of going through it, and he would probably add. He would not just be reading the book; he would add in commentary on the book as he went. Hello, Nautical Wolf. You're betting that's a Chinese carrier. Read the book. As I said, there is a link down below to the sci-fi list of books I have. You can find them all down there. Idea, suggestion, they're good books. There are more going to be added in as this goes on. But I do enjoy these books, and I do enjoy this series. Sometimes you can forget how much you enjoy these sort of things. Now, let me just track down Albion Lost, because I haven't got a decent picture of that at the moment. Right, I've got high CPU usage registering at the moment. Not sure why, but probably because I'm mucking around with things. And where is it? Always making sure I have the right books in the right places. Ah, yes, the Void War. I try and keep the description up to date, so anyone who joins us knows what books we've already talked about. So they know if they want to maybe start from the beginning and double time through, or if they don't. Rapid Razor, please tell me you didn't put it in so you can mention China. I did not put Empire Rising in so I can mention China. Although, the Royal Space Navy kicks China's in this one. And I mean, they really do. They do it really well, really well. Although, they also end up with the guy who ends up taking over China in a kind of thing, marrying the British princess, which is cruel. But it all works itself out in the end. I'm looking forward to book 10 in the series. It's up to book 9, and I reckon it's going to go on to 12. Dalzelle, I concur on the carrier theory. There's always the option of a colony ship. There's lots of other options for a giant ship in space. Or it could be an alien. But go read the book, you'll find out. And it's really, really cool. Dan Freeman, is there an Admiral A. Cunningham or Admiral J. Cunningham? I'm going to keep quiet on that one, but there is an Admiral Lightfoot in there. And for those who have studied their history, they might know where the Lightfoot comes from. Jenny, the loss of Admiral Jensen is rather tragic. There are lots of sad losses in the book. It's a very realistic book in that, okay, there is one person who does have plot armor, but it's well-written plot armor. No one else does have plot armor. And you sort of get the idea of the reason they have plot armor, why they have the plot armor they do. But, yeah. It's a book which is good. It's a series which is good. I like the DJ Holmes series. And I like the way when he's talking about wars, when the wars are coming through, it takes time. It takes 30 minutes for the sensor data to get through. It takes this amount of time. And you have the fact that, you know, they have a very real scenario that the fleets are engaging with missiles at one point, and the Admiral goes, I know the next load of missiles are going to kill us, but we'll get our missiles ready and launch them anyway. Because there is no point, you know, you're going to be, you can't move out the way, you can't get away in time, your ship's damaged, so you launch it. There is no Admiral Henderson, which I find very, very sad, and I think there could be a role for Admiral Henderson in it, and I also think there could be a role for an Admiral Drakenfennell, an Admiral Seidel, and Admiral Clark, but we'll leave that to one side. John Luke, always fascinated by what ships will end up in a space navy. I see the need for carriers as we know them today being superfluous. Carrier abilities will be spliced in other ships types. I both agree and disagree. I agree, carrier capabilities, as we know them, will be spliced into our ship types. However, dedicated carriers in a style of, I like the Venator class, where it's both a massive fighter ship and they're able to carry a large number of marines and landing forces, that I see as being very practical. And I see in battle, if you have an actual fleet action, well, hey, we've got more fighters. No one's going to complain. It's a heavily armed ship with a load of fighters aboard it. But I see it especially useful sort of when you're doing ground operations and attack operations. Having all those fighters is going to be essential. So you're going to need at least two or three of them for a space invasion. Buccaneer. So far, my good doctor, every book mentioned in either on my favourite physical shelves or in my e-reader. For a civvy, you've got a right warp view. Mm-hmm. So, Thomson, Dr. Clark, you are now describing how I died last night on World of Warships Legend. Well, you know, as long as you died gloriously, and I very much subscribe to the Norse and the Klingon view of the world, that as long as they're still singing your songs in Valhalla or Stokova, life isn't too bad. Not a wolf, kind of like NLHD, pretty much. John Luke, so an assault carrier, assault ship with some fighter wings. Yeah, pretty much. It's basically, it's not something I see becoming, I see it as being the capital ship, because it has a lot of space on it. And admirals are going to always need a lot of space to coordinate a fleet. I see you might have one in a fleet. Or if you're going to do a sort of for a fleet action as in space, you might have a couple of them for the admirals. But your major ships, most of your fighting ships, are probably going to be what we would call cruisers, in that they're going to be general purpose assets. Stovacol. Ah, thank you, John Luke. I don't. Let's. I'm not sure who'll be more worried. I'm not sure who'll be more worried if I got a warship, the enemy or my crew. Stafford, I'm sure it'd be the enemy. Your crew, after all, could opt to be far away from there. Okay, have you tried VR? Do you mean virtual reality, or is there something else going on with which is VR shortening? Remember, historian, I'm sometimes not that good with the shortening rings. As what is your favorite mince pie brand? Well, I'm naughty. I always get the iced top ones because I'm the only one in my family who eats them. So it means they're mine. And I don't have to share. It's not that I don't like sharing. It's just I like my mince pies. And I happen to like the ice top ones. So, but as a rule, these are, I think, Sainsbury's. And I tend to prefer the Asda ones, which have a better mince meat to icing ratio. And we can be worried that I've done enough study to know that. Okay, I'm a few minutes behind due to ISP, but the whole next set of missiles inbound are going to kill us, but we'll launch ours before they get here, and half an hour more for sensor data. That's all a great description of the On-Hand series. I do agree. And I do like the On-Hand Arrington series, but honestly, I've had enough chats with my various viewers that I thought you would all know that series quite well, and it is described as sort of the modern version of Hornblower so often that it does get quite a lot of attention. And I thought for the first one on sci-fis, I would go, barring NUTALL, etc., I would go for some of the lesser-known ones. This one is definitely one of the lesser-known ones. This is very, very good one. Rafarosa, space is the only place I can build my Swiss Army knife warship. Probably. Abazaski, Venator was great but not perfect. Undergunned for its size and frontline usage, and never filled with fighters to full capacity. Would trade some of those hangar spaces for more guns around Hull. I would agree on that, but again, if I have to pick from the ready-made designs in the Star Wars sort of universe, Venator would be what I pick, because I could monitor, because I could use some of that fighter space to store an extra shield generator, extra power generators, extra guns being put around. I could use some of that space for various things to adapt my Venator. John Luke, how would you see battlecruisers coming into being in space? Like carrier battleship hybrid? Sort of akin to the glorious Heritage-class heavy cruiser Andromeda series? Pretty much. In fact, usually when I'm talking about battlecruisers in space, Andromeda is what I'm thinking of. Now let's go down to the sci-fi Bruships. One advantage of using a Kindle system. It allows me to organize the things into a whole collection. So, Chapter 1. A tremor passed through the deck plates and into Captain Jimmera's chair as his ship came out of slip space. The air vents feeding the bridge blew a gust of hot air over Jimenez and his crew, all of whom opened their shirts and began cursing the chief engineer, who promised the air conditioners would be fixed. Glancing at the screen attached to his chair, Jimenez saw green and amber conditions across the board. None of the systems on the cabo had failed during the transition from fast and light travel, which was a significant improvement from the last engineer's performance. Maybe he wouldn't space the engineer just yet. As the ice world of Sevastopol shined like a full moon through the bridge's windows, his metal left hand twitched at the memory of the working of the mines over as a child. Jimenez brought his oversized, spiked cybernetic hand to his collar and popped the top button with a flick of fawn-tipped nails. That he'd lost the original to frostbite on that god-forsaken planet was a secret. He preferred his crew, and anyone else who had ever heard of Iron Hand Jimenez, to come up with their own story as to how it happened. The imagination did wonders to build fear. As a pirate, Jimenez preferred to work smarter and not harder. It was much better for the bottom line and life expectancy. Hailing a targeted ship and looking the part of a pirate, willing to carry out a promise to space every last man, woman, and child on a civilian transport, if his commands weren't followed, made his job easier. Get Medved on the line, Jimenez said. That old bastard owes me money. I'll have his hide and his mine if he doesn't explain all the slip traffic coming through here over the last few days. Sure thing, boss, said the sailor at the workstation to his right. Tarka sniffed hard and leaned closer to the fuzz of hollow screens in front of her. Would if I could, but Mendeved's spot isn't broadcasting on the net. Then raise Olaf. Jimenez shifted his seat as sweat ran down his back. Nobody's online, she said. No oar tenders, no nothing. The rest of the bridge crew crane their necks towards Tarka's screens. Jimenez curled his metal fingers into a fist and let it fall onto his chair with a clang, snapping the crew back to their duties. He unbuckled from his chair and leaned next to Tarka. Bull, Jimenez said quietly. The slip lines have been humming for days with ships coming in and out of Sevastopol space. No one's got the balls to lay a finger on Olaf's claim. He's with the Wervens. Last time I saw some movement like this was when some cafe admiral decided he wanted his own empire in wild space. This place should be full of refugee ships carrying all their worldly possessions and marketable bodies. Radar's clean, except for some debris in the decaying orbit over that snowball, and the comm channels are dead, sir. Tarka tapped a control panel, brought up a feed from the forward cannons, and zoomed onto the planet's surface. Jones reached over her shoulder and tapped the coordinates. The camera shifted and set on an open wound on the planet's surface. The strip mine was almost a mile wide, surrounded by refineries and ramshackle buildings. Blown snow filled the streets and covered the roofs. Jimenez shifted the view to Olaf's headquarters, which lay in a smouldering heap. The metal spires that once lorded over the city were blasted apart. Con, pull a route from the Grav Boy back to Sinai. Get us the HEL out of here, Jimenez said as he went back to his seat. Walking too fast for anyone to think nothing was amiss. Got a radar hit, Tark said, but this can't be right. Must be some kind of jamming. Nothing's this big. A track appeared on her holoscreens coming around the planet's side. 3 more came after that, then a flood of identified ships, each larger than any warship in wild space. Con, Jimenez strapped himself in and slapped his metal palm against the armrest. Something's coming through slip space right on top of us, the con officer said. I can't form a sheath to... The starfield above Cabo vanished, replaced by the circular underside of a massive spacecraft. Jimenez stared at the behemoth, his jaw slack, his crew panicked, screaming orders at each other as their captain remained frozen in shock. 6 energy beams burst from the massive ship and ripped the Cabo apart within seconds. It's a good story, Albion Lost, and it's some good stuff in it. A Carmen, nothing more scary to an enemy than the kind of opponent who isn't afraid to die in charge of Torp's gun ram. Possibly. Vigilant. Space Dock is a great channel for sci-fi spaceships and other analysis. Yes, it is. I do enjoy that. VR is virtual reality. I thought so. Osprey 28. Do I disagree on his views on a perfect sci-fi fleet? Jennifer, another very good book series, The Exiled Fleet. Yeah, it is. Death Squad. The chain of command. The chain I beat with until he was in down command here. That would work. Sam Thomson, not the Daedalus class from Stargate. Not really. The Daedalus class... I like the Daedalus class, but I would want to work on them a lot. Basically, the Daedalus class... You see, the thing is, I'd have thought, as it's being built by the US Air Force, they would try and make them look less clunky. You see, I like the Daedalus class for what they achieve, but they do always look to me like someone's basically gone, we're gonna build a box. Okay. And we're going to attach other boxes to it. Okay. And you should go, couldn't you have built something, I don't know, a little more, well, for want of a better phrase, sexy? A little bit more curved? Something that looked a little bit more intimidating than that? The Daedalus class always strikes me as when it turns up, especially after the fall of the Goa'uld, it turns up and it's a case of, we're impressive, we're scary because of who we represent, not because of what we are. So if you don't know the backstory, you don't know this is an Earth ship, you're not going to be intimidated by the Daedalus class. Emperor 1733. Technically, the Imperial class has a greater internal volume than the Venator. It could carry way more fighters than the Venator. Yes, but we've all seen the fighters that the Imperial class carries. John Luke, and also it has... Actually, I'd say the Venator has a better balance of weapons. I'd like more weapons, but they have a better balance of weapons for dealing with enemy fighters because of their worry about missile barrages from the CIS fleet. So they have better close-in weapons than for dealing with fighters and small units. So Thomson, I agree about Andromeda, but she's more an expeditionary heavy cruiser with her marine complement and automated warwalkers. I do like Bill and Ben. They are kind of cool. They're the sort of things which you wouldn't really want to have anywhere near you if you're fighting them. But also, the thing that I don't understand is they do all sorts of operations. And Bill and Ben only really come out twice. Once for a battle on the ground, which honestly they weren't needed for. They annihilated them, but there's got to be a better way. And once when they're clearing sort of the enemy ships off, the Magog enemy ships off their hull. It's okay. They're really underutilized. I'd like to see more of Bill and Ben in Andromeda. That's good. The Andromeda Ascendant looks fancy, but with terrible warship. So easy to do catastrophic damage because of the thin links between the central hull and outriggers. Yeah, Manly 6040. Okay. If you've heard it from enough of us to figure we'd already have heard of it, I can accept it not being included in the first one. That's pretty much one of the things. I've Honor Harrington, the Honorverse series. I've had about a couple of dozen comments about, and so I went, yeah, I can sort of... Let's go with this one. Ooh. Now, next one, I'm going Star Warsy because at some point I have to go with one of the big franchises and actually have something in there from there. So, yeah, I've gone for... Hello, you kids. Newest one. John Luke, Stafford Thomson. We never seen a type used for that. It spends most of its time with minimal crew, charging around, making the known worlds wish they had kept the Commonwealth alive. Yeah. Hence, the Andromeda Ascendant is something they could have worked. Also, that's another thing, because, again, for a ship which is that automated, and also with a crew that is apparently that loyal to Dylan Hunt, I'm really surprised so many abandoned him in space rather than thinking they would stay with their captain. And I thought that would have been the traditional trope, and then he'd have been far better placed. If he just had a couple of dozen of his original crew members aboard, or senior officers and senior NCOs, who are the ones who would most likely have tried to stay behind, that could have made a big difference to the whole storyline. Rapid raisback. People complain about physics and gravity in sci-fi. Let's talk about oxygen generation. This is another reason why I think when on the Destiny in Stargate, it is, and get me wrong, this is why they have the biodome. That's part of the oxygen generation system. Having plants, having a natural cycle as part of the ecosystem on the ship. Because that is what you, when you have a large enough spaceship, any spaceship, it'll create its own ecosystem. So you need, yes, you can have oxygen, yes, you can have scrubbers and all sorts of things, but you need this source of fresh air that you can get with plants growing in a biodome to really impact upon the air quality on the ship. Alzaski still looks better than the Prometheus prototype. Yeah, the Prometheus is really, really... Scott, I always wonder with sci-fi ships how they manage the heat dissipation problem. Most look like they'd heat up quickly and struggle to cool down. True. Vision. Borg cube is made of paper clips. A huge stable superstore. That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me. Calvin Gasman, re-Venice is a missile spam. I reason jamming tech made a significant jump between Episode 3 and New Hope, making missiles useless. Proton torpedoes are World War underwing rockets. Potentially, but no. Dan Freeman, any chance of some battle tech? Potentially in the future. Vision, worst space navy is Star Trek Discovery. They just made Ensign Tilly XO over the heads of several lieutenants. Well, I think that's kind of interesting because I'm wondering if they're going, saying in Discovery, if they're going to go the route of giving Burnham her own ship, or if she's going to stay there. But how can she be XO and Tilly XO? And you can't have a commander on board a ship who's not the XO when you have someone who's that junior as the XO. Unless, of course, the reason she's been given the XO rank, Tilly's been given the XO rank, is because that allows the captain to basically go to keep using Burnham as his de facto XO without a lieutenant feeling upset, because a lieutenant would actually want to do the job, whereas Tilly will accept Burnham doing the job really while having the title. I'm not sure. It could be interesting, or Tilly could have developed. I don't think they put as much work into her character as they have put into Burnham's, though, and some of the others. So maybe this is the moment which we get to see what she's made of. And again, if you remember some of the series recently and some of the movies recently, the Kirk's getting command of the Enterprise was incredibly abridged. No, Scott, did you ever play Mech Warrior series? That's a pretty good lore. Not for a long time. I've been kicked out of the living room. My wife says you sound like a talk radio show host. It's a book review show, so probably is like a talk radio show host. If your training is good enough, when the captain says abandon ship, you abandon ship. Yeah, but I'm going through the Royal Navy's history, and there's been quite a few officers and senior NCOs who would not have abandoned ship without their captain abandoning ship. And if their captain's not gone, they wouldn't have gone. Because that's kind of the following they can build. John Luke. The assumption was Hunt and Refractions of Dawn would get Andromeda free of the black hole, while crew warn High Guard. Raid ruined the plan. Yeah. Vision. Hydroponics for O2. Yep. Henry Chris 444. Played Battletech, board game in the late 80s, early 90s. The amount of lore in that universe is insane. Dallas Sukarin. I was thinking of asking the same thing. My username comes from my days of playing Battletech. Cool. Dallas Sukakin. Captain Dallas Sukakin, Merchant Adventurers Company, Faxstones Battalion, 3rd Crucius Lancer, RCT, Armed Forces of the Federated Suns at your service. Cool. My usual one is Creswell of Afridi. If you've ever seen World of Warships, a very badly handled battleship, deciding that it's a destroyer, that's usually me. Called Creswell, and if it's Creswell of Afridi, you know exactly who's in charge. Just got a Queen Elizabeth class. Using it well. If you have effectively infinite energy, then splitting CO2, H2O, and other oxides to get oxygen isn't a problem. You can run a closed cycle and only need to replace what you lose from leaks. True, but it doesn't. You can do it infinitely, but it isn't going to taste or smell as nice as if you have some plants there. Scott, talking about Stargate, I think that the replicators were an interesting enemy. Kind of nanobot grey goo, which is a bit more reliable. Yeah, and actually I thought replicators were a better enemy than the Borg, because the Borg, let's say, just go, assimilate. Okay, yeah. Right, let's open this up. John Luke, Burnham is a poor man's Tir Anasazi. No. Tir Anasazi is a whole of his own category. Burnham is the Hunt in that book. I'd say the captain is Becca. And I'd say the Tir Anasazi, for what they bring to the show, not necessarily for what they actually are, is probably the engineering scientist. Stevitz. I think his name is. Keep getting that wrong. Right. So. Prologue. Wild Space. And you might guess why I picked this particular series of them. The light star cruiser looked deceptively insignificant against the backdrop of the galaxy. To keen eye of a pirate, however, it displayed several desirable qualities. No Imperial or Republic markings, only moderate weaponry and shielding, a crew compartment barely large enough to hold a dozen people, no escort or accompanying vessels. It's your choice, Captain, hissed a guttural voice into Jet Nebula's ear, but don't take too long about it. Our friend here isn't going to sit still forever. The smuggler, calling himself Jet Nebula, enjoyed keeping his first mate on tenterhooks. He harboured no ill feelings about the mutiny in and of itself. The moment the Auguria Fire stumbled across something really valuable, a takeover attempt had been inevitable. He had hired Shinko knowing exactly that, and lost barely a minute's sleep since. Dealing with scum was part of the job. He didn't like needless violence, though. The snub nose of a blaster digging into Jet's side was pure overkill. Well, Shinko prompted him, in Rhodes, as he pretended to dither. Keep your shirt on, Jet said in mock protest. We only interdicted them a minute ago. It's way too soon to plot another jump. Just don't take any chances, said, emphasizing his point with another jab of the blaster, and be glad we don't want your ship as well. Something heavy creaked to Jet's right. The boxy shape of Clunker swayed into view, dented and dusty, photoreceptors glowing bright. Jet shook his head minutely, and the droid backed out of sight again. Don't make me ask twice, Shinko said. All right, then. Jet took the captain's seat and punched the comm active. Since you put it so nicely, let's see who these guys are before we steal the hide off their backs. The Star Cruiser's running lights blinked and flickered against the black. Its systems were still settling after their sudden wrench from hyperspace, but Jet felt sure the comm was working by now. All ears aboard would be straining to hear what the rugged ship hanging off their bows had to say. He resorted to short, simple phrases that had served him well enough in the past. You're nicked, my beauty. Stand by for boarding. Negative, came the immediate reply. Male, brusque, and human. Most likely, we don't not recognize your authority. That was a new one. Who in their right mind would invest any authority in the likes of us? You're a privateer. You work for the Republic. Now that simply isn't true. Not anymore, anyway, Jet thought. We're humble grifters of an independent cert, and you happen to have stumbled across our patch. Submit easily, and I'll see that my bloodthirsty first mate doesn't blast you all on sight. That won't happen. We're on a diplomatic mission. To whom? From where? If I had a credit for every time someone talked that line, you wouldn't be talking to me now. There was a long pause. All right, then. What will it cost you to let us go? Jet looked at Shinko, who was calling the shots. Shinko's true employers were the Hutts, and sometimes a bribe was worth as much as a booty after the cartels took their cut. Rodian shook his luck. You're clear out of luck, mate, Jet told the person on the other end of the comm. Best vent those airlocks smartish. We're coming in and don't want to scuff the merchandise any more than we have to. The Scar Cruiser had nothing to say to that. Shinko barked into a communicator as Jet brought the sublights into play. Vec, Glels, get ready for action. Two Sulsons were part of Shinko's treacherous lot, and Jet wouldn't mind if they paid the price for him in his haste. Jet had a strong feeling the cruiser wasn't going to give up lightly. Its lines were too lean, its hull too polished. The name on its starboard side, the only ID it was supporting, said Cinzia in bold black letters, recently affixed. That showed pride. No, the owners of this ship might not be above offering a bribe to continue on their way, but they wouldn't roll over easily. Few did these days, with the Empire and Republic still at each other's throats. Lacking but a declaration to call their squabbling an honest war, people were taking the law into their own hands. There was so much to lose and so little to gain on every front. So much for the Treaty of Coruscant, and so much for the avoiding unnecessary bloodshed, he thought, reminded of Feck and Gels. Be it red or green, blood was all the same. The less spilled around him, the smaller the chance it would be his one day. What are we going to tell our former bosses when we haul in empty? That's not my problem, gloated Shinko. On flimsy, you're still captain of the Auguria Fire. Oh, it's your job to come up with an excuse the Republic will believe. I'll be long gone before then, with credits. True to form, then. The Rhodian was planning to stiff Jet on both ends of the deal. That changed everything. Jet glanced at Clunker, who was standing innocently in front of the entrance to the cockpit. No one would get in past him if push came to shove. More importantly, no one would get out. Barely had the Auguria Fire closed half distance between the two ships when Jet's misgivings about the cruiser were violently justified. A scattering of red lights danced across the instrument panel. A buzzer harshly sounded. Jet studied the display for a split second, making absolutely certain of what he was seeing before raising every shield to full and punching the sublights to maximum. Auguria Fire rolled edge onto the cruiser, and Shinko staggered backward. Clunker caught him, deftly twisting the blaster out of the Rodian's glass as he did so. At the moment, the Star Cruiser that should have been their prize exploded, sending a blast of pure white light through every viewport, screen, and shield. Jet had done way more than just back the ship away. He had covered his eyes, and now he peered warily through his fingers as instruments gone completely haywire. There was barely anything left where the Cinzia had been. Thuds and clangs registered on the hull as bits of the Star Cruiser rocketed by. Shinko was barking in his communicator again. quick on the uptake, but not quick enough by half. Who fired? Who ordered you to fire? No one did, Jet said. The ship blew itself up. And if I hadn't caught the neutrino spike from the drives before they went, we'd have been toasted too. Shinko rounded on him as though he had planned this all along. I should shoot you right here. With what, mate? Jet nodded at Clunker, who pointed the Rhodian's own blaster into his chest. Jet enjoyed the confusion nakedly displayed on his mate's green livery face. Let's start this again, shall we? We work for the Hutts now. I get that. One master's as good as any other, provided the cut's the same. But we all get equal shares in that cut, right? Or I tell the crew who'll be spoiling for the fight they just missed. They won't be happy that you're about to rob some of them. And I tell Clunker here, who badly needs another oil bath, to tighten his grip on that trigger and send you after the crew of that ship. Whatever dim part of creation they inhabit now. Get it? Acceptance replaced anxiety on Shinko's face. His hands came up. Here now, Captain. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. Perhaps you'd like to clarify them. Sure. You'll get your share. We all will. I never intended otherwise. And the Republic? We'll sort them out. Together, like. It wouldn't be fair to leave it all up to you. I'm relieved to hear that, lad. Jet nodded at Clunker, who flipped the blaster over and handed it back to its owner. While I'm captain of the ship, as written on flimsy plast, Barabel hide, or whatever, I expect a certain degree of civility and common purpose. So long as I have that, we're all going to get along fine. He swirled around to face the instruments, confident that Clunker would stop anything untoward happening behind him, and confident also that the Rhodian was smart enough to recognize a compromise when he saw one. Jet didn't mind who paid him, just like the Hutts didn't care who handed them their treasure, so long as it was theirs. It all came out in the wash for those left standing. Let's see what remains of our sorry friends out there. The debris field was expanding fast. Sensors tracked the largest chunks, many of which were human-sized or even bigger. That surprised him. A drive broke out, usually left only slag and dust. That looks like part of the forward section, said Shinko, leaning over Jet to point at the screen. No life signs, no witnesses, said the Rhodian with satisfaction. That's normally our job, said Jet. Although he never killed a single person, he'd robbed in all his years of pirating. Not after he'd robbed them, anyway. Broken a few hearts, sure, and busted a few heads, but nothing worse. Don't think they were doing it for us. What did they do? Why did they do it then? Jet shrugged. That's the billion-credit question. Shinko rubbed his chin, making a dry, gasping sound with his fingertips. Now that the situation between them was resolved, he had returned to being a proper mate. He had the makings of a good one, but when greed didn't get in the way. Otherwise, Jet would never have taken him on in the first place. They had something aboard, something they didn't want us to get hold of. Something worth more than their own lives. Jet turned to meet Shinko's slitted eyes. That sounds pretty valuable to me, even in pieces maybe. Exactly what I was thinking. Jet indicated the co-pilot seat. Strap yourself in and take control of the tractor beam. Let's see what we can find. It's a good book. It's a good series. Death Squad. Talk about Stargate. I think that the replicators were an interesting enemy. Greg Salsky. I think you're overthinking the writer's logic. I'm presuming that's towards with Tilly. Alzaski. Only thing they've put into Star Trek Discovery characters was a large shovel of cringe. No, there's been quite some good ones. Calm Gasmet. Read Prometheus Deadlifts at Stargate. Google, please, Caldari Rokh for only picture. Okay. I will do that. But if I see something bordering on the lines of Blackburn, I warn you, I will get revenge somehow. Caldari Rokh. That's okay. It looks like an assault rifle, but it's okay. Also, I think I found one which is made in Lego. Oh, that's better. Now, I don't know what you're saying about this ship. Look at it. It does have lines and curves. It does look intimidating. Yes, it does look like a box, but it doesn't look like just a box and a box. It actually looks good. John Luke, ST is starting to return. When Space Jesus Cisco doesn't get the same level of radiation worship as the burner. Oh god. I'm not sure about that, but I also wonder whether Cisco's going to make an appearance. Because after all, he shouldn't be dead in this timeline at this point. Vision, that thought on Suru choosing Tilly as Exo to keep Burnham as a problem solver is interesting. Gives him plausible deniability on her actions, since everyone knows she's a rogue loose cannon. Yes, and look who Suru models himself on. The great captains of the past. And he knows he's not them. He knows he needs a loose cannon to do the things. There's God, the writing on the new Star Trek movie is a bit not good. Yeah, it's interesting. So Thomson, Dr. Locke, I got Bismarck the other night. Have IR research but need more dollars and waiting for my brother to catch up. Very close to lightning as well. Stav Thompson, Ronan from Atlantis and New Age, Tien and Azazi. Yes, but actually I prefer Ronan to Tia. As much as I do like Tia, Ronan is just cool. That's got a badly handled BB acting like a DD. You've just described 90% of BB captains in World of Warships. None of them behave quite as badly as me. Okay? None of them. Creswell of Afridi gets up to... I am the only person I know who gets as many red cards as I do from... Mostly from what I do to the enemy. I managed to... I don't hit my colleagues anymore. I managed to stop that a while back. John Luke, the Star Trek Discovery writers are either massive trolls or surreptitious fools. They proved why Utopia never works in the most recent episode. Also, Starfleet seems to be at its end, or it just exists. I think the whole storyline, and I reckon seasons 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all going to be about rebuilding the Federation and rebuilding Starfleet. DM Carpenter, hello, evening. We just got home from Charleston. I spent most of yesterday at Patriots Point. The day before was Fountain. Good food in between. Enjoying the review show. Thank you. Legend, Arthur C. Clarke's Earthlight is a good near-future spy and more sci-fi novel. Takes place on the moon, involves a lunar shore battery, shooting it out with a small fleet of interplanetary warships. That wouldn't surprise me. Jeff Beeler, how useful would torpedo tubes on the battleships? I prefer to have them than not have them, speaking as a weapon, but as a designer, that's really, really a lot of space, which is a lot of space in the ship down below that I prefer to have on other things. Basically, they're useful if the enemy gets close enough to use them, but by the point at which you're dealing with 15, 16, 18-inch guns, they're not going to get close. If they're getting that close, then a lot of other things have gone wrong first, and you might not want to get to use them. Discord, I like the early episode of Firefly, just a crew trying to keep food on the table in a dystopian future. Yeah, that was good. I was asking, it looks as if his front was chopped with an axe. Potentially. Please don't keep your cheese dough near the battleship's torpedo tubes. It can cause all sorts of issues. I have had to put out a hiatus when I got Oklahoma. She packs a punch. Would be interested. Martini Henry, hello. Would be interested to hear your thoughts on the Expanse series. I haven't really watched enough of them be as on. I've just watched one so far. I would like to watch more, but the trouble is I've got so much writing to do at the moment. It's when you're producing all the videos and doing the writing, all these things, which is something I really enjoy doing, and my girlfriend would and family probably think I've turned into even more of a raging workaholic than I was beforehand. So, apologies to all the family, and all the people I love, because yeah, I know. Yeah, there are more coming. I will. This is sort of part of my plans for Christmas, is to catch up on quite a lot of my watching. A lot of my watching. Mm-hmm. Now, the next book, which we'll be getting to, is a bit different. A bit different. And regular reminder, you can find all these books and the subsequent series in the list down below, the sci-fi Bruships one. It's helpful. Raven's Peacekeepers of Soul. It's a cool series. It's actually got some very interesting things in it, and again, there might be a theme you're noticing here. There might be me trying to rectify certain issues I might have pointed out earlier in the week about lax of cruisers in sci-fi by going to all the books which have really, really good cruisers in sci-fi. So, Thomson, you've seen my clips. I think it's a toss-up. Big Brzezinski. Hello, for starters. I don't think I've seen you before. A Minamata reef looks more like a steam locomotive in space than that. Osprey 28. I currently have 22 tier 10 ships, including the Daring, Conqueror, Thunderer, Montana. Cool. Dallas Sukarakin. I don't hit my colleagues anymore. Well, at the beginning, occasionally I got frustrated with some of them. I'm sorry, but in the nicest way, I am trying to take the enemy out as efficiently as possible. If you are going to keep being... I don't understand. I am a battleship. I am proceeding in a fairly straight line. I know that because battleships, when I'm commanding a battleship, I tend to, especially while I'm actually doing scouting and trying to work out the enemy is, I tend to put it on autopilot, and so it takes itself off in a straight line. Don't keep dressing your cruiser and destroyer in front of me. I will just smash you over. And yes, someone did actually show me how to blow the horn. So now I blow the horn. But at certain points, I was firing warning shots at my colleagues going, stop coming so close to me. I'm going to run you over. Nick Waters, Nelson Romney's sad face. Jeff Beeler, SMS Sedlitz was almost lost because of the torpedo tubes. Yes. John Luke, and Andromeda always fascinates me given the fact that the jump, 300 plus years, the universe has moved on. The High Guard remains being insane due to trauma is good. Also, what becomes of Admiral Stargate? I do agree, but also this part of me wonders... Okay. Things have moved on 300 years, etc. How come Andromeda Ascendant is still so powerful compared to the ships that are 300 years later? Surely by that time, I know the Commonwealth was amazing and lovely, and I do agree. Commonwealth is modelled on the Britons and its empire. I agree that was amazing and wonderful. I'm joking here, but I do not know how, after 300 years of, and it's Nietzscheans and the whole with the Magog and all the other things, it seems to be in constant war. Why, in the name of all things holy, is the Andromeda Ascendant still so powerful compared to other ships built at the time? Why? There are civilizations which have managed to retain themselves fairly stable, have built their own defenses, and haven't been really invaded. There was the very, very techie people, which I forget names of them, but the Harper ends up working with their head on his science project, which ends up with him dying, but all sorts of things. Really, really advanced people. Why haven't they been building very powerful warships to protect them from the threat? And why is the Andromeda Ascendant still so much powerful compared to the rest? Gavin, Dan Freeman, Dr. Clark, Jeff, onboard electric torp tubes may be on a battleship, definitely not underwater. Nick Waters, Expanse painted the Mars Navy as qualitatively far superior, but it is implied Earth's was much, much bigger. Yes, because the Martian one had been built more recently, and no one wanted to fund the Earth one unless they had to. Jeff Johnson, that's luck. I've caught onto your plan a little while back. Have been enjoying the delve into the missed books a lot. What do people think of Babylon 5's Agamemnon class ships? Vision, just started industrial waters. Won't be able to hear anymore. Need more laundry rooms in sci-fi starships. Yeah, that's another issue they have with them. Dennis Sukrokin, I chuckle mightily at your coherent and well-reasoned explanation of ship handling under battle conditions. Also, if I'm a battleship, I don't want to having to do rapid maneuvers. I've got big guns. They don't turn quickly. I want to be able to sail in a roughly straight line, focus my guns, preferably at long range, on the enemy ships and blast them. I don't want to have to worry about my own allies keep crossing in front of me. Oh, I thought you meant academic colleagues, not World of Warships players. I meant they can be awful, but let's not go to prison over stuff. No. My girlfriend has some very fun stories about me at conferences. I am, let's put it this way, I have a mildly small sort of bit of claim of fame in academic conferences in that I am the chair of panels who, when someone asks, well, I have a question, it's more of a comment really, and I go, that's lovely, I have an egg timer. You have until the sand is through to finish your comment. Carry on. And various versions of time's up. You're not speaking on this panel, will come out from me. Or there's always the other one, which was, and this was great fun when someone said, I don't think my girlfriend was actually there for this one. She might have been quite embarrassed by my actions. But he said, young lady, first might I say it's very surprising to see a young lady interested in military history. Question over, sit down, please. What? No need for comment. Bye-bye. Sit. I'm sorry. I'm the only boy in a number of cousins. I am not going to tolerate that sort of thing. And no, there's no reason. That's the great thing with being at the rank I am, in that I don't have tenure of anyone. So, although maybe that's why I not got tenure, because I am quite honest with people about opinions. But leave that to one side. Thomson, no one knows the rules of C anymore. It can be horror. Legends is a different version, and I think you'd enjoy it. It's on PC as well. I'll have to look at it. So, Raven's Peace. Chapter 1. The battlecruiser shook around him, and Henry Wong recognized the dream. It's a familiar nightmare now, which helped rob it of its strength it had had months before. We have a grav shield blow-through, a seemingly faceless non-com reported across the Warship's bridge. That dreadnought hit us dead on. We're going to get shot to pieces. That figure had a face. Commander Giveta Vela wasn't that pale and sunken-eyed in reality, though. The dream warped Henry's old navigator into a figure of nightmare. It fit there. The shield will hold, Henry heard himself bark. With a moment of practiced effort, he separated himself from the dream him. He'd learned he couldn't stop the dream, but months of therapy allowed him to disconnect from it. The man in the center of the bridge of the battlecruiser Panther was less warped than the officers and the crew around him. Tall and narrow-shouldered, Colonel Henry Wong was a beanpole of a man with short, cropped black hair, dark skin, and his father's dark Chinese eyes. The dream didn't distort him as much as his old ship dove through the maelstrom. The figure of Dream Henry was focusing on a set of massive screens, giving the bridge a view of the world around the United Planets Space Force battlecruiser. Henry himself didn't need to look. The arrangement of the forces in the Set 16 system was burned into his brain, even asleep. His perception was still pinned to his dream self, though, and he was dragged to it. Set 16 was a Khemri provincial capital, deep on the far side of the Empire from the United Planets. The Khemri hadn't been expecting an attack, and the defense fleet was weaker than it should have been. That fleet was still 5 full dreadnought battle groups, and the UPSF's Vetian allies were getting hammered. Panther's grav shields and weapons could turn the tide of that fight, but that wasn't their mission, and the bird-like starship plunged through the Khemri lines. There, Henry's avatar said, sharply. That ship, Bruce, confirm. Commander Bruce Van Argenton wasn't a normal part of Panther's crew. He was from United Planets Intelligence. Their handler for Operation Golden Lancelot. In person, he was squat, dark-haired man with a ready smile and a brilliant glint to his eyes. In the dream, he was a distorted goblin, every aspect of his features twisted and torn to make him into the monster of Henry's own subconscious. Confirmed, Van Ardenton told him. That's the evacuation ship for the Kenmarad. The Queen and her consorts will be aboard. The ship was the size of one of the dreadnoughts, pounding the Veteran ships behind Panther, but lacking their devastating main guns. The evacuation ship had one purpose, and one purpose only: to evacuate the Kenmarad population of Set 16 if they felt the planet was threatened. A Kenmarad breeding sect could repopulate an entire planet of Khemri drones in a few years. They could create more breeding sects, more drones, more Khemri. The Khemri couldn't reproduce without the Kenmarad. Sir, that's the last one. We can't kill her. Lieutenant Colonel Emil Tyson had been Panther's executive officer, Henry's right-hand man and lubricant, who kept the battlecruiser working in the face of the enemy. The red-haired Irishman hadn't raised any complaints on the day. They hadn't known. Stand by all missiles and prep the main gun, Henry's avatar ordered, as if Tyson hadn't spoken. Vela, get us in hard and faster. Panther lunged across the void in a quarter of the time she had in real life. Suddenly, it was the moment of truth. The evacuation ship's escorts making a suicide charge at the battlecruiser as Panther dove towards her prey. She's the last one, sir, Tyson repeated, the avatar of Henry's subconscious. The one that knew what he'd done, even if he hadn't then. If we kill that ship, we commit genocide. We end a species. Henry hadn't known the full scope of Golden Lancelot. He wasn't sure if anyone aboard Panther had. He knew that Van Arden hadn't known when they'd fired. He suspected the intel officer had guessed, but hadn't realized that the breeding sect they were firing on was the last one left. Ignore the escorts, Dream Henry barked. Target everything, the evac ship with everything. Fire. It had taken dozens of missiles and multiple hits from main gun to take out the evacuation ship. In his dreams, however, there was only the single gravity drive round that had finished her off. It flashed across space and detonated, turning it itself into a shotgun blast of superheated plasma. The Kenmarad evacuation ship vanished inside the blast, and Henry released a chunk of unconscious hope. Even separated from the dream, as he'd been taught, he still hoped that it would end differently. That's it then, Van Arden said, the goblin-like appearance of the dream version of the man growing more grotesque by the moment. The Kenmarad are no more. The Khemri will die. We are victorious. Henry didn't need to look. He already knew that both the version of him in the dream and the version of him watching the dream had hands covered in blood. And Rabrosa, Dark Ages ended with the fall of the Commonwealth. There's a fall of the Commonwealth, and there's, the people are still fighting. I understand. It's like when people say, and the Dark Ages on Earth happened. But if you notice, one of the things that doesn't go dark is the development of weapons technology after the Romans go. Yes, the Romans might not be around, but the weapons tech is still improving and getting better. Let's be honest, I would prefer to have taken a Viking axe into battle than any of the axes available in the Roman period. Some of the quality of the swords being used by the Saxons and the spears being used by the Saxons. The archery improves. All sorts of things. So the Dark Ages is not really a Dark Ages in reality. There's a lot of stuff going on. John Luke, in the post-fall period, 90% of the population of the known region of known worlds is gone. The Perseids have retreated to Ergoth and Zinti. They took their expertise with them. The Pyrians were stronger. Yes, but why didn't the Perseids build some decent ships? So Thomson, Dr. Clark, under tyrannical rule, innovation is often held back. So if mothballed capital until is bought out, it makes sense to be a mop-up challenges. That's good. I think that the law reason is the space with the knowledge of the tech who built the ship act cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy after rebellion in Andromeda. Gasword, re-Andromeda. Today's dry dock mentioned that screws, propellers, reached then 90% of their current efficiency in the first decade after inventing it. Yep. Just here. Andromeda is classic Roman legion, dropped into Dark Age Europe. If you dropped a fully equipped Roman legion of the High Imperial period, when they were at their zenith and strength, into the Dark Ages, they'd probably done okay, but they've got a large number of troops in that. That's a Sucarian akin. Indeed. It is the small fries look out to keep themselves from under the bow of the big boys. John Luke, the Nietzscheans won not due to technological advantage, but the High Command weren't able to fight a war. Nietzschean ships were converted civilian ships. I guess the High Guard took its toys to the grave. Again, that's the other sort of thing. The High Guard, there are remnants of the High Guard around. Surely, one of those remnants would have been... And actually, this was. There are actual High Guard ships of equivalent size. There's one of Andromeda's sister ships, the Golden Shepherd, are actually around. Surely High Guard remnants would have gone looking for those ships. If they are so powerful compared to everything else, you find one of those, you have really sorted yourself out. Descott, that person was showing why one of the reasons why young men with interest in military history often only discuss with people they know won't act like that. Gatekeeping and worse. Which is why those people bump into someone like me and have a not fun time. My view has always been with naval history, military history, all forms of history. Everyone should be encouraged to look at it. There is no one who should be kept out. Because everyone has a unique perspective. I do not agree with the idea of at any point that any areas of history should be wheeled off for any reasons to anybody. There are times when I would wish certain people wouldn't write a history of something. When we do the popular histories, there's probably going to be a lot of me going, ah! But until that joyous time happens... But this is a good book. It's a good series. Although Derp Squad has pointed out that this book does have more than its fair share of innuendos in it. Jeff Beeler. Good point. None of the former members of the the Austro-Hungarian Empire retain the ability to build major warships after World War I. Yes. But you're going to tell me the Perseids, with all their technological innovation, couldn't have built major warships? Or again, if I'm some of those larger Nietzschean lords, their empires, conquering all those all those planets. When looking at literature of late antiquity Rome, Byzantium's navy price, seeing it is way too high and trying not to weep. John Luke, I can see your point of view on Technovan. However, I can see at least a decent rationale for why things are not improved. Oh, I can get it. I just don't think it works in reality. I think... Okay, so when we're talking about the Dark Ages, honestly, we're talking about Western Europe perception. Eastern Europe, you've got Byzantium. You've got what's going on in the Middle East and the Arabic world. You've got what's going on in China at the time. What's going on in all of the world at the point. And if you're talking about Dark Ages, also, again, you're talking about... Think about all the massive, great big structures which get built in the Dark Ages. You know, if you're talking about the Dark Ages in the UK, the Saxons build all these great big towns, these borough towns, which are these great big defensive fortifications and huge earthworks and huge construction. Which are in many ways... You see, the Saxon idea was, rather than having forts of military personnel, you would build a fortified town where people lived. Because the Saxon idea was that people defend their homes very dearly, and are far less likely to give them up. Which sort of works. Thus, Sukrin, quite so. There are few enough people interested in understanding history as it is, without putting up barriers to entry. Yeah. Mind you, in my experience, I have worked with more female historians, curators, and archaeologists than male ones. To be honest, I do too. It's one of the things I find interesting. Jeff Beeler, Andromeda is a battleship. By 1960s, how many countries had battleships and how many could build a new one? Oh, shit, that big. How many countries could have built battleships beforehand? How many countries were building carriers afterwards? How many countries were operating carriers? Carriers replaced the battleships in terms of technological development. So you're pretty much talking... Honestly, most of the world's using Royal Navy light fleet carriers converted. So, yeah. Most of them are Britain and America. And France is building modernizing and a battleship and building it at the time in the late sort of late 1950s, early to 1960s. So, yeah. And Britain completes Vanguard. I know it doesn't do anything afterwards, but it can still sort of do it if it wanted to. And America has the battleships it modernizes. And Russia's building the Svelov class, and they're not exactly small. Not battleships, but they're not small. Coming up, read Dark Ages. Francia, aka Kingdom of Franks, pops from my limited knowledge. Yeah. That's not exactly small or bad either. That's Sukrikin. At one point, I was curating in a museum where I was the only XY chromosome in the human in office. John Luke, the basis of lots of Commonwealth power that was using AI. Nitschins despise AI. Andromeda without Romy is not so deadly. I often wonder if the reason the Nitschins despise AI is because AI was so effective at stopping them achieving their goals. John the Recluse, I've heard the castles were the reason why the Mongols never invaded Germany. Mongols were actually not bothered about castles or fortifications. They tended to have this idea that if you have an impregnable fortress, we'll just starve you out. Worked quite well. You don't have to. They basically what they do is they send up a captain within range of the castle, so you couldn't exactly leave there. And then on their horses, they'd be riding out everywhere else, destroying the rounds. Seem like what is best, the space dreadnought or the more compact pre-dreadnought? At same speed, the movability ability and combat armoring more efficient. I'd say it's going to sound something strange, but in space, if you're talking about fighting, you probably want the slightly smaller ship, which is heavier armored because it's a even more difficult target to hit, and it's far easier to keep warm but also radiate the temperature. However, if I'm doing a long range movement, I want quite a large ship because I need a lot of expendables along with me. Dirt Squad. The Western European perception when the only resources that were valued were those written. There's a lot of things known that were mostly ignored in the name of the Dark Ages. Yep. Vision. Be interesting to write sci-fi space navy novels from the perspective of a Meiji Japan. Earth playing tech catch-up among galactic empires. Trying to secure neighboring space, aka like Korea and Formosa. Jeff Hewlett, after 1970, how many countries build full-size carriers? Jean Bart was laid down before World War II. World War II. Full-size carriers, you're talking since 1970? You're talking France, Britain, Russia, Japan. No, France, Britain, Russia, America, and China, really. Although China's only. I know most of them have been built recently, but yeah, I don't think you could call the Queen Elizabeth class not a full-size carrier. They're 75,000 tons. John, look, Andromeda struggles repeatedly, along also with rogue factions and surviving states. Pyrians, Restorians, Eugenites, and even a Magog. Usually when she struggles, though, it seems more like a fault of her organic squiggly bits inside than the stuff outside. So, Thomson, I still think USN should have kept the Alaska class as backup, rotating stock for the Iowa cruise. Then the Ticos wouldn't be so spent now, and they'd have practice with cruisers. The Alaska class could have been interesting to have along. Also, it would have given Whitehall more pause on scrapping Vanguard, plus they could have talked the US into paying for part of the 9.2-inch modernized cruisers. Potentially. There's a whole debate going on here about super space fast dreadnought battleships. Let's just call them a battleship. It's at a certain point you're just adding things before it just to make it seem bigger. Emperor 1733. Renaissance Atlantic naval technology is descended more from Saxon boats than Roman galleys. True, but as if you've listened to the bilge pumps where we had my good friend on, Simon Elliott. It was Simon Elliott, wasn't it? That is his surname. It's always his surname I have trouble remembering. He's just Simon to me. Yeah, Simon Elliott. You will hear all about the Romans and their various ship designs and the various things that they did and did well. And the things they didn't do so well with ship designs. Shemek, but they conquered well-fortified cities of Asia, Central Asia and Silk Road. Yes, they did. Never think that the Mongols weren't adaptable. They were. That was their superpower, adaptability. Osprey 28. Okay, Doctor, I need to go catch the sea for livestream. Good luck. Dev Squad. John the Recluse. Mongols dealt with fortification in China. Reason they stopped at Hungary was the European knights were a challenge and then Genghis died and the commanders went back to elect a new Khan. I don't think the European knights were a challenge, really. They just were something else to sweep past. They went back. I think going and electing a new Khan was more important. Take care, Spray 28. Now, let's see what's next. Right then. Now, this series is another little different one. But it's one I think you'd all enjoy. Right, let's see. Carl Gasman, is Cavor a proper carrier? If so, I did leave. Yeah, I would. And Principe de Ostras, is that the Italian, the Spanish one? Probably it's also that one's. Jeff Beelan, in Stross Singularity Sky, staffed on in Stross Singularity Sky, staffed on a Harrington-style traditional space warships are defeated by AI-piloted automated warships. Again, that wouldn't honestly surprise me. Vision, the trick with hand-wavian tech in sci-fi is to establish firm rules on how it works and build narrative around it. A hard magic system versus soft magic system. The Expanse versus modern Star Trek. Constance, reading the diplomatic correspondence between the Horde was fun. C1. Romans beat Carthage by changing tactics, engaged and used Corvus to pull Carthage ships to them, where the infantry could overwhelm them in a close fight. Yeah, it looks fun. Go on, Mongols. Their victory was a Pyrrhic one at Muhai, and in 1285 the second invasion was soundly beaten by Kingdom of Hungary. On the whole, Hungarian roving units in the 9th century made it to Spain even. Yeah, Hungarians were very effective. Just remembering the phraseology. This is the trouble with having family who are messaging. One's going, get on with reading the book. Right then. War from a Distant Sun. It seemed like a chance encounter, out in the middle of nowhere. The moment the Finality Sensor Officer reported the appearance of terranium particles 200,000 kilometers above a planet Saris Q, Captain Carl Recker knew he was in trouble. Full alert, he ordered, slamming the control bars to the end of their runners. The spaceship's immense propulsion grumbled with the strain of acceleration, and Recker banked the Finality hard towards the only source of cover available, the planet a few thousand kilometers ahead. What have we got? He snarled, already sure he wasn't going to like the answer. His gaze swept over the screen. Status displays, touchpads, and switches on the wraparound command console in front of him. Numbers and text rolled upwards in an endless stream, and his brain absorbed it all like second nature. Something bigger than we are, said Lieutenant Adam Burner, waiting on the sensor data analysis. Maybe we got lucky and it's an ore carrier, said Commander Daisy Aston from her station adjacent to Recker. Zero chance of that, grunted Lieutenant Ken Eastwood. Not looking up from the engine panel, the bridge lighting was muted, and his face was illuminated green from the console displays. Recker knew it too, and he gritted his teeth. Magnitude of the cloud suggests we've got an enemy destroyer inbound, sir, said Benner. Should have kept my mouth shut about that ore carrier, said Aston dryly. Damn it, said Recker. It'll take 15 minutes to load up our turnium drive, so we'll have to play the hand we've been dealt. He kept one eye on the forward sensor feed. Saris Q was close to its sun, and comparatively small, with a surface of molten iron and erupting gases. It's just the sort of place that might contain worthwhile quantities of turnium iron ore, and numerous other metals that human planetary alliance needed for its weapons factory. Now that it was a good time to call in a low orbit dredger. We're not going to make it around the Saris Q curvature before the vessel enters local space. Said Recker. Why do we always get the SHIT? Asked Burner. A question for later, snapped Recker. Did you send the FDL com? Yes, sir. 6 hours and it'll bounce off the closest relay. Another 10 after that and it'll reach someone capable of making a decision. In 2 days, we might have backup. The intel team on Deep Space Monitoring Station Quad 1 had picked up something out here. Low probability of hostiles, Recker remembered from the mission. Briefing. Worth checking out. Admiral Teller had said in a short meeting before departure, not enough of a lead to send anything other than a single riot class. The particle cloud reached its peak diameter and began to fade. At the same time, the inbound spaceship emerged from a light speed, drifting slowly from, like always happened at the end of her jump. We've got a Darkland destroyer at 195,000 clicks, confirmed Burner. Looks new. Recker swore under his breath and felt the sweat beading on his forehead. The moment you gave an old ship like Finality anything like full power, the life support ran out of juice for the basics like crew comfort and hot air pumped in through the aft bulkhead vents, making the tiny bridge feel like a metal-lined sauna. He breathed in the familiar scent of overstressed tech. Put it up on the screen. Sensors locked. On the forward, sir. The bridge forward bulkhead was a single curved screen, which could simultaneously display any combination of feeds from the warship's external or internal sensors. The central center section updated to show a faintly shimmering outline of the Darkland spaceship. Recker had seen plenty of Ravager-class destroyers, and this one was noticeably different. With an aggressively tapered nose and lower profile, the spaceship didn't exactly gleam in a normal sense of the word. Hull allies weren't reflective, but it seemed fresh and unmarked. The feed wasn't sharp enough for Recker to distinguish the destroyer's external armaments, but he could imagine them well enough. Missile launchers and plenty of countermeasures. 900 meters end to end and a 1 billion-ton displacement, said Burner. And as far as the Darkland fleet goes, it's a baby. The finality was totally outclassed. The Wright-class spaceships were the smallest, light-speed-capable vessels in the Navy. A bunch of them could handle a Darkland-class destroyer. Alone, they stood no chance, or so it said in the rulebook. If there was one thing Wrecker had learned in his 18 years of service, it was that surprise could change anything. He scanned the available data and took a gamble. Commander Aston, target and fire the rear missile clusters. That's going to tell them exactly what we are, sir. Launch the missiles. We'll be around the planet's cusp before they obtain a lock. Yes, sir. Firing rear clusters 1 and 2. The Finality's rear launchers were 250 meters back from the bridge, with most of the intervening distance being solid terranium. Even so, Wrecker heard or sensed the boom of detonating missile propulsions, along with the faintest of vibrations through the alloy of the spaceship's control bars. The Ilstrom 5 missiles were more engine than anything else, a small payload but designed to reach their target quickly. Time to impact 30 seconds. Missile clusters reloading, said Aston, her voice tight. 16 direct hits might not be enough, said Eastwood. He was the oldest of the crew, with grey hair and gravel voice. Not that we're going to land a quarter of that number. Wrecker could feel the maddening prickle of a day-old stumble, but he couldn't take his hands off the controls. What's that destroyer doing, Lieutenant Burner? Nothing yet, sir. Let's hope our sensor deflection keeps them guessing. The velocity gauge climbed, and Saris Q occupied the entire forward feed. Wrecker did his best not to be distracted by the hostility of the planet and the sense he got that most of its surface was moving slowly like an ocean of sullen red magma. Burner gave the bad news. They're coming for us, sir. Damn, that's a high output from their engine, said Eastwood. Must be packing something bigger and better than what we are used to. Just our luck to run into a warship fresh out of dock, Wrecker swore under his breath, and watched the 16 Ilstrom 5s racing across the tactical. Come on, come on. We're not going to make around the curvature before they lock in fire. Rear clusters reloaded, sir. Fire! A second wave of missiles burst from the launch clusters, another 16 green dots on the tactical display. Light flashed on the bulkhead feed, telling Wrecker that the enemy ship had launched shock pulse bombs to knock out the Ilstrom 5s. The single flash was followed by dozens more, laid out in computer-determined pattern to maximize the chance of destroying the missiles. Amongst the shock pulse bursts, Wrecker saw elongated streaks of hardened ternium slugs rip across the darkness of space as the Darkland aimed their Grayler turrets at the Ilstrom 5s. One by one, the Finality's missiles were pulverized, and they disappeared from the tactical until only a handful of the first wave remained in flight. Enemy missiles inbound, said Aston. 20 total, ETA 40 seconds. Wrecker had misjudged both the skill of the Darkland crew and the effectiveness of their hardware. Now he had to deal with his failing. Launch disruptors. Disruptors away. 100 tiny drones spilled from the Finality's rear deployment tubes, and their tiny single-burst engines hurled them towards the Darkland missiles. The drones emitted heat, light, and ternium particles. Sometimes it was enough to fool the enemy guidance system. Finality was travelling fast and at an altitude of 500 kilometers. Saris Q seemed close enough to touch. Overlays and projections from the spaceship's mainframe cluttered the tactical, and Wrecker's mind combined them into a picture of the engagement. In a few seconds, the planet's curvature would break the enemy weapons lock, leaving only 20 failure homing missiles to deal with. The final 2 Ilstroms stopped transmitting right on top of the enemy vessels. I can't confirm the impacts. The second wave wasn't faring any better than the first, and half were knocked out by enemy countermeasures before the missile transmissions were blocked by Saris Q. They dropped off the tactical along with the enemy destroyer. We're out of enemy sensor range. Shame about those failures. The enemy missiles maintaining a lock on the Finality, and they hurtled across the planet's surface. Disruptors away, said Aston. 5 failures taken out by our first drone deployment. The Darkland fleet was armed with several types of missiles. The failures were the slowest and carried the smallest payload. Even so, Wrecker didn't want them testing the Finality's armor. Railer, chain gun, hunting for the lock. Spray and pray, muttered Burner. Wrecker took the Finality lower. Saris Q didn't have much of an atmosphere, but the heat began to accumulate on the spaceship's nose. The underside feed was like a vision of hell, a grey-black ocean of semi-liquid rock with areas of red and orange. Hull temps rising, said Eastwood. I know it, Lieutenant. Disruptors took out another 4 inbound missiles, said Aston. 11 to go. A second later, the railer got in target lock and a green light appeared on the weapons panel. The chain gun started up with a roar of pure savagery, like the perfection of metallurgy given its own voice. Wrecker had once seen a recording in which the captain of a Terran-class cruiser directed his vessel's railers at the surface of an uninhabited vacuum world. The 4 underside weapons had smashed a vast, unbelievable hole in the side of a mountain. It was a brutal example of what could be achieved with large caliber, an enormous rate of fire, and muzzle velocity of 5,000 kilometers per second. The Finality only had 1 railer, and it was smaller than the equivalent of a Teneran class. That didn't mean it wasn't inefficient. The weapon fired an extended burst, and one of the fellow cars vanished from the tactical. Split second for retargeting, and the raider discharged again. 9 left. Third wave to disrupt was out. Nose temperature at 2,000 degrees centigrade, said Eastwood. That gives us another 2,000 play with, Lieutenant. The finality to nose burned a fierce orange, but Wrecker didn't let up on the controls. He watched the fellas closing on tactical. They'd burn up before the spaceship in the atmospheric friction, but Wrecker didn't think he was going to have it that easy. Drones took out another 3, said Aston. She didn't need to remind anyone that the disruptors weren't so effective at short range. They left the railer to do the cleaning up, and the chain gun fired continuously, its motor and barrel temperatures climbing rapidly towards their design maximum. With 4 failures still inbound, Railer's inbuilt safety mechanism shut the weapon down, leaving the bridge in a peculiar silence. SHIT, said Burner. The finality was an agile craft, but evading missiles was an exercise in futility, even if you timed it right. At the last moment, Wrecker threw the spaceship hard to port, and he imagined the life support module fighting its lateral forces. The muscles in his forearms strained, and even the walls around him groaned under the stresses. For a second, he thought he pulled off the improbable and made the affairs overshoot. A glimpse of silver on the rear sensor feed told him he was wrong. Then missiles struck the finality. It's a good book. Skippy Africanus, hello. For more contemporaneous sci-fi, what do you think of the Cave Luna and Bolo series? I think great fun. Total juvenile guilty pleasure. I don't think I've read them yet. Skippy Africanus, why put 80 days above 20,000? Nemo is an amazing and mysterious character. Also, good anti-military message. Bob, Bolo is excellent. Well, I'll have to look it up. Gareth, what is Dr. Clark reading? It seems unimpressive. What is the appeal? Well, it's War from a Distant Sun, and that's the opening chapter of a very, very good series. First book of an opening chapter of a very pretty good series. I quite enjoyed them. I have to admit, I was going to build up to Empire Rising, but we kind of did them earlier when we did DJ Holmes. So these are some of the ones which were built up to it. And Anthony James' books are good. Dev Scott, a friend of mine drew up a storyboard for a sci-fi from the point of view of a comet. Updates on the cultures every 150 odd years. Found out it was the comet plowing through a battle. Cool. That's quite cool. Quite a cool idea. Right. Plenty of Iron Brew left, so we're going to probably keep going till about 10 o'clock. But I have drunk most of 2 bottles, so you have no idea how close that came to coming over. Came close enough, I'm going to have to do this. We'll see. So I'll be back in a second. And also, at the beginning of this, as remember, there was the floppy research assistant that turned up. Back in a second. Just need to visit the little gents. Back on. Button. Jack, you can't war from a distant sun fragment gave me a realization that in interplanetary warfare, low planet orbit may be one of few places where you can hide. There still is a horizon. You can't hide below the horizon in interplanetary or interstellar space. True. You didn't come back with either doggy. Let's see. Let's see what turns up. Now, what's next? I have to admit, some of these books, as I said, I'm sticking mostly to the first ones in the series. Not sure how many I've actually gone from. Hello, John Recluse. Thank you. But I think I'm going to go with this series next. So let me just bring it up. Now, this series is definitely something which I don't think many people have read, judging by the number of people who rated the books. But I like them. I do like them. They're kind of fun. And we'll say this is the last series because that'll keep some more for later. Right. No Honor in Death, a Siobhan Dunmoore book by Eric Thomson. It is a good book. Not sure why the help button is flashing at me a moment. Hoping everything's going okay. Right then. Superior Afghanis, fair enough. The pacing is better in 80 days. What about G.G. Wells? I read The Time Machine annually. He is a great social critic and the stories are great fun. With a message I like. H.G. Wells does do some interesting stuff. Vision. Jeff Beeler. Dumb. Disco currently mixes some very good with some very bad writing. Season 3, Disco, very I'm presuming, is much better. Enjoying it a bit better this time. The interesting thing for me was Discovery is far more... Let's put it this way. Star Trek hasn't upgraded its weapon systems and evolved its weapon systems much over time. You have missiles and guns, or photon torpedoes and guns. Photon torpedoes and guns. Quantum torpedoes and guns. Well, they're not guns, they're now lasers, but you know what I mean. It's phases. Basically, it's like the equivalent ship. And suddenly, Discovery introduced, we have a whole load of unmanned ships. We have a whole load of this. You go, oh, we have a whole load of fighters on the Enterprise. Cool. That's actually something you needed. I was in Deep Space Nine. I was so surprised when they had fighter wings in their battles. I was going, wow. Finally, someone in the Starfleet has worked out that you actually have to fight a war. You don't have shuttles all the time. The amount of times you see a single person has been flying this direction, and they took a whole shuttle with them? Why? John Lecluse, thanks for a response on Twitter concerning the Soviet Baltic Fleet's naval gunfire support. Pleasure. Rapid Raceback, what's the status of the trainee fluffy research assistant? I heard the trip to the vet. He did, but he's back. He's okay. I've posted a couple of pictures of him. And he did come to visit earlier, and he might come visit again. I'm not sure. I've sent a message down to his personal, what am I calling my sister at the moment as far as the fluffy research assistant is called? His personal servant, to check if he's going to be able to pop up and say hello to you all again. Torch and metal screeched as the ship shook under the pounding of another broadside. Commander Dunmoore! Not just a shout, but also a plea, a panicked entreaty. The voice drilled through pain and wormed its way into Siobhan Dunmore's concussed brain, driving back the blessed darkness that had cocooned her momentarily. A strong arm shook her right shoulder, and she gradually, unwillingly reacquainted herself with her surroundings. The acrid stench of burnt polymers and superheated metal assailed her nostrils. She grunted in distaste. Reflexively, almost instinctively, the universe shook, and her body shifted abruptly. Something hard bit into her lower back and sent fresh waves of agony coursing through her. She opened her eyes and closed immediately, stung by the grey fumes filling the ship's bridge. Dunmore's mind took a few seconds to reconnect with reality, and she immediately wished it had not. The worst nightmare was 100 times preferable to the pulsing horror around her, but this was war, and she was a commissioned officer of the Commonwealth Navy, had been since too long. Commander, please wake up! The young ensign's voice tugged at her, fighting the part of her soul that craved darkness. Her memory of the last moments before the plunge into unconsciousness came back mercilessly novelous. Blinding salvos had hit the crippled ship's remaining shields, collapsing them with a spectacular bloom of warring energies. In another place and another time would have been a beautiful, surreal sight. Distorted auroras of green and blue beacons in the night. But beneath shimmering curtains of light, the backlash from the competing waves of radiation had burned through the hull, eating metal, plastic, and flesh indiscriminately, cutting a wide swathe of death through the already damaged battleship. The captain, Commander Dunmoore, please, you've got to wake up. The captain said, the CIC was destroyed by the last hit. Siobhan bit back a yelp of pain as the ship shuddered again. You're in command. The ensign was close to tears, his words half smothered by the insistent scream of the sirens. They're coming back for another run, please. His naked, heart-rending plea finally broke through. Something within her knew that hiding from reality meant imminent death unless she did something. Though it might not make an iota of difference. Her eyes focused on the smudged face hovering a few inches above hers. Ye gods, he can't be old enough to shave yet. Are we so desperate that we take children into battle? The sudden weight of responsibility threatened to crush the air out of her struggling lungs, and full consciousness returned unmercifully. The ship, the crew, mine now by default. Her eyes met Ensign Hendricks, and she saw the terror fighting for dominance within them. He was a child, his gold rank stripe still shiny and new. Academy class of 65. His commission a few weeks old, and this, his first battle, most likely his last too. With an effort of will, Commander Siobhan Dunmoore, first officer of the battleship Victoria Regina, pulled herself up on a twisted command chair, grasping at the surge of pain flaring through her battered body. She took the ensign's proffered hand, blinked away tears. Her eyes met Hernett's again, and she saw his need for reassurance, for someone to tell him what to do. It steadied her. Dunmore's head throbbed from the blow that had knocked her out. Nausea rose in her throat, and she barely suppressed the retch at the acid taste of bile filled her mouth. She grimaced, turning her bruised, soot-smeared face into a mask of death. For a second or so, the image of another ruined bridge superimposed itself on her vision, and she made the mistake of shaking her head to clear away the mirage. Dunmoore nearly passed out again from incredible pain. Unsteadily, she braced herself on the jagged remains of the chair, glanced round at damage, smoking consoles, the shattered screens and dislocated bodies. Red battle lights, diffused by smoke, gave the ship's nerve centre a hellish cast. Conduits had broken free and hung in tatters over the helm. The main view screen flickered and sparks flew as overload damage control systems gave up the fight. Dante's Inferno had nothing on Victoria Regina's bridge. Satan and all his demons could be capering around and not look out of place. An automatic extinguisher hissed dully behind her, dampening an electric fire, one of many. Too many. She recognized the starship's death throes only too well. Ashes to ashes. Status! Dunmoore croaked, still dizzy. She tried to raise her left hand to grasp the ensign by her shoulder to steady herself, but found her arm would not respond. A glance down told her why. It hung at an unnatural angle, the bones broken. Somehow the injury did not register on her overloaded nervous system, though. Whatever had broken, it also torn open the sturdy, vacuum-resistant material of her tunic. The flesh between the tattered strips of black material had more in common with raw liver than human skin. Unreal, like I'm not connected to the arm anymore. Severe nerve damage? A blackened face appeared in front of her eyes, like some djinn from an ancient Eastern fairy tale, complete with beard and turban. No, that was a bandage. Too bad. A djinn would have been damned useful right now. Number 2 and 3 shields had collapsed, sir, the apparition said, spitting out every word in a raspy, tortured voice. Gunnery Chief Sen was sturdier than Hennett, though his eyes had the same wild, frightened spark. Nobody ever got used to the carnage of losing a battle. Not even after years of war. Some just learned how to ignore it for a short while. Others vanished into a permanent fugue. The lower forward battery is out of commission, as are all starboard guns. Starboard. The word connected the last of the shaken synapses in Dunmore's brain. The Imperial Sherry cruiser Tol Vakash, Captain Brackell. He had ambushed Victoria Regina with a small task force 5 light years from enemy-occupied Sim area. A glance at the flickering tactical display confirmed what her memory dredged up. The old lady was selling her life dearly. Of Brackell's 4-vessel force, only his ship remained. The smaller escorts were now nothing more than debris, but Victoria Regina was no longer in any condition to stop Tol Vakash. The Shredhare had struck her hard on the starboard side. Not quite a killing blow, but her lifeblood was draining away just as inexorably. A human battleship hung in space like a punch-drunk boxer, waiting for the knockout blow. Only there would not be a referee to stop the match or a manager to pick up the loser and nurse him back to health. The Imperial Deep Space Fleet bred killers, and it was Victoria Regina's misfortune to fall victim to one of the best. Dunmore's churning guts clenched into a tight knot, threatening another bout of nausea. Her brain did not want to believe what her eyes saw very clearly. Brackell was coming about to finish off Victoria Regina and kill what remained of her 750-strong crew. His attack would have been masterful, unexpected and completely un-Sherari. Almost human in its unconventional daring and reckless regard of Imperial doctrine. It had worked, so far. But the fight was not quite over yet. The thought of all those lives hanging on her next order steadied Siobhan. A final desperate gambit slowly formed in her mind. Commander Dunmoore, acting captain of Victoria Regina, would have her say and give Brackell a final lesson in human tactics. Even wrecked, the battleship remained a dangerous weapon in the right hands. A sudden wave of coughing racked Dunmore's battered body, and she felt for the first time the full agony of her broken arm, bruised back, and the hundreds of hot stabs where minuscule metal pieces had sliced through her battle dress. Damn! No damage after all. She clamped down on the pain, forcing herself to ignore everything but the Sherry cruiser. Her eyes found the ship's status board with a gaping black hole in the schematic where the combat information center used to be. Gone, her friend and mentor, the captain of the ship, incinerated by a plasma bolt that had punched through armor and layers of decking. Dunmoore cleared her throat, blinking away the tears in her eyes. Bile rose again, burning like fire and adding to the rage building within. Adan had taught her well. His ship would go down fighting, as he would have wanted it. With an astonishing coldness, Siobhan Dunmoore knew what to do. Helm, bring her about. 90 degrees starboard. Increase speed to 1/2 and stand by for further course changes. Siobhan's voice was uncharacteristically hoarse, deep, unfeminine, damaged by toxic fumes and the stress of battle, but it carried a firmness that steadied the helmsman, though his fear was still very real and all too visible in his wide-eyed stare. Another kid caught in implacable meat grinder of war. 90 degrees to starboard, increase to 1/2 and stand by for further course changes. Sir? At last, his voice remained steady. Navy training prevailed. Siobhan felt a sudden flash of pride in her crew. There would be commendations for everyone when it's over, provided the afterlife has a subspace linked to the Third Fleet. Engage, guns, bring all remaining firepower to bear forward, ready at my command. The chief growled from his console, visibly relieved that Dunmoore had taken control, was giving orders, any orders. You've got the upper forward battery, the port guns, and the secondary forward guns, and one missile launcher. He could have added less than half of Victoria Regina's full armament, but Dunmoore knew that. As first officer, she knew the battleship intimately, and had experienced the pain of her death throes. The VR was a good ship. The massive vessel slowly came about and accelerated, her abused hull creaking ominously. All eyes remained fixed on the flickering screen, the dazed and shocked survivors oblivious to the ship's death rattle. A small, bright speck grew steadily against the backdrop of stars. Tolvarkesh on a collision course. Learn, you shreddy bastard, that unpredictably and surprise is mine to use at will. A surge of viciousness, driven by pain and despair, filled up. Helm, come to mark. 60, rotate on central axis, 180, now. To his credit, the terrorized young petty officer at the starship's controls reacted promptly. Victoria Regina rose above Tolvarkesh courses, her hull groaning so loudly that several of the bridge crew exchanged worried looks as if a fear of the ship breaking up added anything more to the general terror of fighting a losing battle, light years from home. Maneuvering thrusters firing along her hull, the Empress-class battleship turned slowly in a maneuver that owed more to pre-space-like barnstormers than wet Navy tactics. Dunmoore steadied herself and gave the crew a final glance. The old gunnery chief met her eyes. He had figured out what she was about to do and nodded immediately in approval before turning his attention back to his weapons. None of the others had an inkling of her intentions, but then Chief Petty Officer Second Class Sen and she were the only veterans left alive on the bridge. The rest were mere kids. Kids about to join the millions already ground up by the Shenry war machine. The Empire had a lot to answer for. So did her own government. Helm, Z-100 at my mark. Prepare to increase to full. Z-100. Mark! With a sound of rending metal, the battleship Victoria Regina, almost a kilometre long and a third of a kilometre wide, plunged to spear Tolvarkesh in a last desperate attempt to salvage at least a Pyrrhic victory from disastrous encounter. A panel tore loose as the internal gravity wavered. The generators stressed beyond their specs. No one paid the falling debris any attention. Somehow, a shifted window into Brackel's mind, Dunmoore could sense his surprise, his sudden hesitation at the unexpected maneuver. Battleships were not designed to move like fighters, and battleship captains were not known for kamikaze attacks. Tolvarkesh filled the center of the screen, looking like a butterfly about to be pinned down by a collector's needle. Part of Dunmore's mind screamed at her to change course, avoid the collision, but she, like the others, stared at the screen with stick fascination, hypnotized by their onrush of death. Theirs and the hated Imperials. Lord Tennyson's words, dimly remembered, came back to her, into the Valley of Death. Optimum range, sir, Chief Sen called it. Wait for it, Siobhan replied, her voice rising above the noise of a ship at the limits of endurance. At point blank, Victoria Regina shook under the thrust of her sublight drive, beginning to disintegrate on her own, well before she struck her opponent. Ensign Hernet turned to stare at her, and pleading puppy look in his eyes, he did not want to die. None of them wanted to die. Siobhan gave him a tight, brief smile. For a shaved tail, the kid had held up splendidly. He would have made a good line officer. Too bad. Guns at my mark. Siobhan Dunmoore woke, bathed in sweat, her heart beating a loud, disjointed tattoo that filled her ears with dull roar of rushing blood. She knew she had yelled out the order again. Her left arm hurt like crazy, through the multiple fractures had been healed by Victoria Regina's skillful surgeon weeks earlier. It still looked like hell, and the cellular memory of pain remained all too vivid. The cabin was quiet. Only the hint of a hum disturbed the monastic silence. The absence of sound was shocking after the deafening pressure of her nightmare. The same nightmare she had had most nights, but she was no longer on Victoria Regina. She was on Starbase 31, in the transient officers' quarters, and the old battleship was nothing more than orbiting scrap, awaiting final disposal in a star system many light years away, her bell already in a Navy museum, awaiting the birth of a new ship with the same name. The way this war was going, the bell might not wait for too long. As for the Grim Reaper, the nightmares were slowly sapping Dunmore's sanity. The VR was the fourth ship she had shot out from under her in less than 5 years. 2 of them had been her own commands. What made this worse was Anand's death. He'd been one of the few people in the fleet whom she could crudely call a friend, and whom she would trust with her life. Now she felt utterly alone again, vulnerable and open to petty politics that had pursued her for years. Or maybe it was all paranoia. She no longer knew. They say even paranoids have enemies. It is a very good book. It's a very good series. We are also not forgetting Raleigh and excitement on the arrival of Zebedee. I'm glad you aren't. So we'll say general questions from now on because, as I said, I'm going to finish at 10 o'clock, so that's about 15 minutes. About 15 minutes away. I'll probably wait, and I'll probably wait till it's 4 o'clock. For 4 hours. I mean, I'm not sure how long this has been going on for. I do love that. YouTube is currently predicting 4.5 hours. I'm not going on that long again. I don't have the Iron Brew for that. But yeah, let's. They are good books. I know. But no. Let's work through some of these questions. Jeff Beeler, I'm learning I don't know much about contemporary space and naval fiction other than The Expanse. There is a lot beyond The Expanse. The Expanse, I love The Expanse. Actually, I prefer. I haven't watched the shows, but I've read some of the writing, and it's good. But I would. There is a lot of very good stuff out there. Skipper Africanus. Is Turtle Dove fantasy? I've not read him. Any opinions? I don't think I've read him recently. And Freeman. Transporters are an excuse not to have shuttle scene for every away mission in the TV show. Yes, they are. And they work quite well. Calibration. You could beam anti-manded charges around enemy shields to knock down a ship to knock down shields, then destroy once shields are down. Against low-tech enemies, a short, swift action, a shot to oblivion. Cadron, it's one of the things they do in the Odyssey 1 series. They teleport atomic weapons inside the opposing ships. I think they also do that in Stargate Atlantis with some of the Wraith ships. Vision, transporters and magic tech could copy or bring back people from the dead. Captain Giorgio could have resurfaced, resurrected from the buffer and disco to try a better plan. Suru is beaming over a bomb. Going yeah, when writers discard in-game reality for a pet story, like smart missiles in Star Wars prequel trilogy. Actually, to be honest, the smart missiles made more sense in the Star Wars. This is one of the things I never understand with Star Wars. Right, they have all this droid tech and all this stuff talked about in Old Republic, or even in the new, in the Star Wars trilogy. So you have all these very smart droid brains going around. All this very smart self-computing tech. And then you're using dumb weapons. Or you have, and this is a quote, you have those batteries firing out of ships through shields. And they're literally, they're not in a turret. They are firing out through a gap in the side of the ship. Why? What would you do that? Why would you do that? Sigurkin. Again, well, another one that grabs attention, adds no honor and death to the list. The whole series is very, very good. As I said, I've been reading first chapters mostly of first series. Best book so far from Mission. It is a good one. It was basically, this was the order of books was that was going to be the one that came out before Empire Rising, because the Empire Rising series by DJ Holmes is just the battle scenes in it, the whole concept of what they're doing, the physics, the mechanics, the diplomacy, the realities of the global the space relations, and the diplomacy goes on, is absolutely so intricate and so massive. John Luke, thanks for a good show tonight, Dr. Lark. I look forward to the next one. I do too. Dan Freeman, campaign to change use of Zebedee to Zubian or Duncan. No, he's called Zebedee. Or the trainee assistant, fluffy research assistant. Well, the messages have gone through. Let's see. Oh, don't give me something. You're going to love this week's episode of Bilge Pumps is Steve George returns to talk about the F-35. So, that's a heads up. This week is Steve George talking about the experience of the F-35. And me and Drac just, we just sat there for quite a bit of it, just letting Jamie ask all the questions he ever wanted. Because you have to remember, Jamie is a really experienced reporter in Australia. Jamie Seedale is, you can look up his articles in Australia. He is one of those. I still can't believe he's a regular member of Bilge Pumps quite happily when you consider the quality of articles and the things he produces and the sort of following he has in Australia. And then he's happy to be just one of the three of us. We do it all voluntarily, get no pay, and have all this fun. And I sit there and go, this is sort of your profession, man, and it's so much fun to have him. But he's had written so many stories over the F-35 for years and had so much trouble getting information to answer the questions which people have. He always has tons of information provided to people who are trying to detract from the F-35, but it's very rare anyone who actually supports the F-35 is prepared to go on record and say the things they need to say. That's what need to be said. And it's quite interesting because Steve George, of course, is an excellent engineer and has been involved in the F-35 project. And Jamie went, well, ask me why my opinion of the F-35 was so different to other people who said. And I said, well, I've had many conversations with Steve George about this, who worked on it. And after we'd done the Falklands one with Steve George, there was no doubt that we were going to have him back for the F-35. And so that's what we did for our 6-month anniversary Bilge Pumps. Steve George, episode 26. Out on Wednesday. Steve George talking about the F-35. Grace Wesley. If only done down the first 4th season of founding of the Federation stuff rather than including Brannon Bragger's time travel fetish. There are so many television programs, sci-fi, which just get obsessed with time travel these days. And it's really sloppily done most of the time. Skip Africanus, easy. Either Starfleet Command or Homeworld, no question. My favourite sci-fi. Starfleet Command. I do have Homeworld. I love Homeworld, but Starfleet Command was always my favourite. It's the first one I got, the first space one I ever had, so I'm sorry. It's kind of like Red Alert. It was the first computer game I ever got. Red Alert, Command and Conquer. And so I like it. and I like the cruiser in it. Might explain some of my obsession with cruisers. Jeff Bealer, Star Trek without transporters is the Orville. The Orville is a lot of things. I like the Orville. I haven't managed to watch a full episode yet because I keep getting interrupted. But yeah, it's good. Definitely, Star Wars tech not making sense. Space 3-inch pre-dreadnought battleships. Maybe the droids object to being forced to kamikaze as smart missiles. I think if you have a French-style pre-dreadnought spaceship, then I wouldn't be surprised if the smart missiles decide they're going to take out their own ship. I wouldn't mind a good series with a ship that is both highly sarcastic and sentient. That was basically Andromeda for me. She was so sarcastic when she wanted to be. Dan Freeman. That might be another Fox 3 to you, Mr. X-Wing pilot, but to me it was Steve. Seth Thompson. Raleigh spelt as Greg Sassy said, Raleigh spelt as in the well, my mum decided that the stories that she wanted her dog to be named for a perfect gentleman, so she picked Raleigh. And she kind of forgot that Sir Walter Raleigh was also a pirate and a food explorer. Well, privateer. Bit of a pirate and a food explorer. And unfortunately, the dog does, in many ways... He is a perfect gentleman. He is lovely. He is a very good, fluffy puppy. But he is also definitely, most definitely, a food explorer. Dan Freeman, wasn't a lot of the Andromeda cast Canadian? Maybe that helped the sarcasm and dry humor. Potentially. There's God. Dr. Clark, copied from an old teacher of mine. Dr. Clark, you're obviously using his phone. No one looks at the and smiles. Yes, I've been reading the book. It's from the phone, because, as I said at the beginning, my sci-fi books are all in boxes upstairs. So these are all books. Some of them I actually don't only have a Kindle version, but some of them I do actually have the hard book, the paperback version of them. And they're cool. Coming out one, droid seeking missiles. There is a line in New Hope. They can jam anything except your eye. Plus a bunch of ugly incidents with assassinating droids going rogue is the reasoning. Yeah. Jane probably uses bilge pumps to decompress. Alright. Squad. I meant Bruships, but that sounds like a good episode. It is going to be a good episode. And I think I do agree with Raptor. I do think Jamie does use it to decompress. It is kind of my family nickname recording bilge pumps to be the meeting of the support group. They're basically listening again. It's all three of you getting together and complaining about what's going on in the world. Yeah, but it works for us. Dan Prim. I think the problem with the F-35 has been, one, attempting to do everything in one plane, and two, people I don't trust telling me it can do everything, i.e. politicians. Yeah, this is why I listen to the engineers. I'm looking forward to talk about F-35. Can't help but laugh. When I was working on my S-62 last night, I think at Drakenville we'll need a towel and fun the channel around. Cool. Timeless is quite a good time travel sci-fi. Only 2 seasons, but lots of little Easter eggs if you know your history, or even history-related humor. Yes. Scott. I like multiplayer Homeworld because it was the first game to do 3D battle space, right? That was a true thing. I've enjoyed the Battlestar Deadlock, although, as you all know, I do have I will never, for the life of me, understand why the Manticore's 2 guns aren't mounted top and bottom like the ship in The Expanse, so that they can swivel 360. Why? Why? Why would you do that? They're your most powerful, useful asset for defense and offense, and they are mounted so they have limited angles of fire. And before anyone says, "Oh, but you know, they have to mount there for engineering reasons," you change the engineering. You do whatever is necessary to make sure those guns have a full range of fire. Because you're in space. Because the war is 360. Because you're going to be engaging targets all around you. And why you only have 2 guns at this, I do not know. For starters, you should have 4. If you're going to have them, have a 4. Have sort of 4 turrets. Done. All with 360 degrees and a bit of flapping, so that you can concentrate all fire forward if you want, on fire aft. Most of your fire up if you need to. Well, at least 2 up. You never know. This one might be able to reach it, might not be able to. Doesn't really matter. Then you orientate your ship. You do not mount it so you have your guns here, and then they definitely can't fire up. Sorry, personal bugbear, because I really like the Manticore. Otherwise, it's the perfect balance of ship for fighting. And I would have literally if they'd been properly designed, I would flood the battle space on them. But really, once you're going in deadlock, the only things which make sense in terms of their firepower and their capabilities are the battle stars. Every other ship beneath them. You sit and go, why are you even here? What do you bring to the table? What? Emperor 1733. Free Space was a good space game. Lots of very, very large laser cannons. Very dark storyline. Yes, Galactic Civilizations 3 is also fairly good. Dallas Sukarakin. To cut against the grain, my favorite sci-fi game is a split between Space Empires 4 and Elite D, but back in the day, I liked CNC and Red Alert for years. Good times. Let's go make it. Token of Star Trek. The Klingons were the deal breaker in the Discovery series. A full starfaring civilization with no industry, even an enslaved tech species to support it. The Klingons were a bit strange. Calgasm, Re-F35. Heritage Foundation has a great YouTube video lectures and actual pilot Q&A about F35. Yeah, but... Discord. Riley was a perfect gentleman court. When the husbands of the various women he was talking to were within earshot of which or watching. Juicy Susan. Hello, Juicy Susan. Haven't seen you before today. My sci-fi recommends are C.J. Cherry's Alliance Union series for space opera and Willie Goodson's stuff for scarily plausible trips to the very near future. Cool. Though we've had those mentioned a few times, I might well put them into the second one of these, and I think there will be another one coming up at some point because it seems to be quite popular. People seem to have enjoyed it. Stafford Thomson, Dr. Clark just had to go and scoop up our puppy. A squadron of mallards came by and she was trying to get a really fresh dinner. My too. It's quite funny. Even the 9-week-old one is sort of with the nearly 3-year-old one looking out the window going, squirrel! Squirrel! Where be the squirrels? You will not get into our garden, squirrels. We will win. Abalaski, there is no up in space. There's also no down, but still, if you are up there, if you are above or in a raised position, there's just. Rapid back. If you have a thing for cruisers, why was your first book on destroyers that want to be cruisers? Why do you think my next book's going to be on sloops, which were the things which assisted cruisers? Because honestly, when I look at the books on cruisers, there are lots of them, but before you can get into them, you need to have expanded on the concept and talked about the things around them. And my PhD is on naval aviation, development of aircraft carriers and naval aircraft. So that was my thesis, and that's also going to be turned into a book at some point. You know, I like cruisers, but I like naval. I do the whole naval strategy, naval warfare, naval history gambit, and I go where I think there are gaps which need to be filled. Grex, 6040. Oh, but there's a major problem with the idea. Whoever listens to the engineers, yeah, that is a problem. Greg Sassy, I quite like how Webber constructed a drive system in Honoverse to show they have to fight broadside. Vision, the tacky from Expanse is a good design for a small corvette ship. Yes, it is. Dan Truman, I was asking, if it's armed space, why do they drop space depth charges in the film of Wing Commander? Don't get me started on Wing Commander. Death Squad, I played with the idea of a turret that could detach to become a drone a while back. Would return to the turret base for replacement. Complex, but very versatile. I'm still wondering if the little repair droids they now have on Discovery will actually also be able to be used to defend the ship if anyone tries to board it or something like that. Because I'd have said, you know, like the DRDs did in Farscape. Those were cute little things. They would do a lot of damage to anyone who tried to board their ship. Definitely. There are great cartoon images around Star Trek ships all arriving at different angles and looking derpy. Yeah, for some reason they all arrive the same way up. It's amazing. We won't get into the full stuff of the Thomson that are wrong with Klingons. There is lots of weird things with Klingons. New IKB 4472. Space pirate Captain Harlock gets around the limited arc of fire by having the turrets on a series of rotating bands around the ship so they could point in any direction you wanted. Cool. I seem to remember that one. Josh, the funny thing is that the only jet fighter that was used without any problems and was decent fighter bombers by Marines, Navy and Air Force was the F-4 Phantom. I'm just wondering how with the infantry... Don't get me started. I actually quite like the F-35, and I think it's actually going to be viable, but I think the thing is, people keep talking about it as a fighter, and actually, it's a highly connected strike aircraft, and it's more a successor to the Sea Harrier 2 than it is to potentially the F-18 and the F-16, but it's what's needed to replace the F-16 because the F-16 is running out of flight hours. Cadron, so you might do a book on Q-ships then? I might. There's only been one decent book I've found on them so far, and that was published a while back. There will eventually be a book on cruisers, once I decide which class I want to do a book on. It might well be the Arrow Fusers at this rate, because I'm currently looking for a decent book on them and going, there isn't one. Third Scott, I like the idea of living ships. A mutiny of the crew is bad. A ship itself being mutinous might be worse. Could be quite fun to deal with. Up in space, a small ship can get away with rolling in limited arc of turrets for a while, but not on nose and tail. Which is again why I keep saying you have the 4 turrets built round the ship. on the centre. And if you want to, you can have missile launchers forward or something, so you can point them at the enemy and fire them. Guns all round, and then you probably have point defence lasers studded into the hull as well. Down the Airfuser class are just slightly larger tribals that didn't become battles daring, hence the attraction. A little bit. Emperor 1733. D.A. Chatton wrote an extremely comprehensive book about Q-ships. Yes, he did. But that was it. And since then, a bit more stuff to come to light. And also, the trouble is, it's a very comprehensive book about the ships. It's not a very comprehensive book about the strategy and what went into them and how they were employed in that sense. So that's my main sort of thing for it. That's what I try and always match the technology with the rest of all the stuff that's going on in them. Right then, it is now 10:10, and the puppies aren't coming up, but I do have to go help put them to bed and take one for a quick wander before bed. So, I'll be saying thank you to you all for being here, and good evening at a certain point. Now, let's see. Dr. Clark, I want to see a scene where two ships mistake what is up for the other. They dock, the captain steps through the other ship and promptly falls into the ceiling. That'd be quite fun. That would be quite fun. In the Expanse, big ships have railgun turrets, small ships spine-mounted guns, but Gatling PDCs are turret-mounted. Sure, I also think a lot of the criticism of F-35 comes from a misunderstanding of how air warfare works these days. Yes, it's a lot of networked stuff, as long as the network works. Emperor 1733. In that case, I may suggest Bailey's War. Cool. John Shea, have a good day, Doctor. Thank you. Yickers, thanks, Dr. Clark. Thank you, everyone. And let's see. Albert Zaski, thanks. Have a nice evening. Danny Freeman. Night-night puppies of the Clark household. Right, night-night, Dr. Clark. Night-night, everyone. Thank you. Yickers, 'twas fun. It was. Mac, thanks for the stream. Thank you to everyone who super chats. Thank you to everyone who's liked, who's subscribed, who's done all the other things which you can do down there. Join Discord or talk or do on Patreon. All these things are greatly appreciated. Especially the Patreon, which is going in my book fund. Let's see. Rapid Razorback. Point defense lasers or miniguns? Ooh. Seth Thompson. Dr. Clark. Let's be honest, Doctor, you'll have a specialized book on the air fusers, but also an era book. 1890 to 1930, then 1931 to 1962. It could be interesting. Thomas Golding, Double Eagle by Dan Almer. Thank you, Thomas Golding. And hello, I don't think I've seen you before. There's God, night-night, Calidron. The kind of that have that in the first Odyssey on book. Cool. Vision, good evening, take care. Dallas Sukarin. Have a good night. Good, sir. It was a pleasure to finally make it to one of these streams. Well, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you'll see you again. Goodbye, DGV40. Take care. Have a nice evening. And Nelson Wolf, great talk. Have a good night. Thank you. Constratus, thank you. Take care. All right, then. Thank you, new IKBV4472. Thank you, Stephen White. Night-night. Rapid Razorback. Thank you. Take care. Jennifer, good evening, and thank you for another great Bruships. Thank you very much. Medley1640. Have a good evening. Thank you. Same to you. Cajun, one ship uses rotational gravity that doesn't extend to the flight deck, so a visitor steps off their shuttle and promptly floats away. Also, NUTALL. That could be fun as well. So that's awesome. Thank you for another lively, engaging chat. It was a pleasure as always. Take care. Best of Zebedee and Zebedee in the household. I will pass it on. Take care, Skippy Africanus. Thank you. Derp Squad. Thank you. And let's see. What have we got coming up? 4 turrets around the ship. Triangular cross-section hull and 3 turrets. You could have that, but honestly, I'd prefer not to. That sounds like a problem waiting to happen. All right, then. We have... It's had to move to Tuesday, which is the 1st of December, because of something happening tomorrow night. But we have next this week, the first week, we have the Battle of Sleaze. Patron 12. One of the Western World's decisive battles. So it should be fun. Right. Take care, everyone. Have a nice evening, and thank you again for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you.